Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Oh, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm still flat today because I'm pretty sure my PC can handle all the 3D stuff along with Resident Evil 7, I think. Chances are low. Hello. Hi, Jameson. Hi, Tiger. And hi, Forgetful. Welcome. I need to adjust my seat a little bit. Hope you are doing good. Hope you are having a nice, well, either Saturday or Sunday. Is there any place that could be Monday right now? I don't think so. Maybe not. I think at most it's probably going to be Sunday night, I think. I don't know. Time zone is weird. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Are you having a good day so far? Yeah. Like, holy shit. I went to... Oh yeah, before I say anything, I found this playlist. A chill lo-fi of Deltarune? Oh shit. Made by this person, Dev Zach. I found this. Sounds pretty good. I like it a lot. Right. Anyway.
Yep.
Hi Evie. It's not Monday anywhere in the world yet. Figure as much, since my time zone is GMT plus 8, so I guess that makes sense. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Anyway, there is... I went to a place which I haven't gone to for a bit, right? By the name of Nagalia, right? I wonder if I can Google search it. Nagalia. Ah, yeah. Oh, it's only Miri? Oh, Nagalia is such a godsend, honestly. So, Nagalia, right? It's a place where it sells nasi lemak. Yeah, nasi lemak, right? Having a pretty good night. I helped host a movie night in one of my Discord server. Ooh, okay. That's really nice. I'm always scared of hosting something on my end. I don't know. I don't know why I'm just so scared of like trying to host something. I feel like I'm gonna fumble so hard. Ooh. So that's why I didn't do anything at all. But I'm glad it was nice. Heck yeah. Nagalia. Okay, so what is Nagalia? So Nagalia is nasi lemak. Yeah, this is one of this. Nagalia. This one is more clear, I think. Yeah, Nagalia is really fucking good, right? This place might be small, but holy shit, the nasi lemak that they serve is so fucking good. This is exactly what it is. Goddamn. So not only does it taste good, right? Like honestly, this Nagalia place has been here for like more than a decade, I'm pretty sure, right? It's so fucking good. And most of all, I don't think I've seen any place that sells this amount of nasi lemak, right? So usually nasi lemak doesn't include a meat, right? A protein, right? A meat. So usually it's just this with egg, right? So that's nasi lemak. And that's nasi lemak normal, like biasa, right? Nasi lemak biasa. Usually it costs about like what, 4.5 ringgit, right? 4 ringgit 50 cents, right? Something like that. And then over here in Nagalia, this entire plate costs 7 ringgit, 7 ringgit 50 cents. And I assure you, there are so many other places that sells nasi lemak, right? That sells something like this, right? So let's say a full plate of nasi lemak with a thigh, right? Something like this. The other places will sell for at least 12. I know there's a place called Taporia, right? So Taporia is also really good. Yeah, Taporia. Like, holy shit. This place is also really good, right? Sells some nasi lemak as well, right? Nasi lemak kosong. Kosong is already biasa kosong, right? No meat. It's already like 6 ringgit. right? So Daporia might be a little bit on the expensive side. Nasi lemak ayam goreng one piece is already like 11. Special with whole chicken leg is 15. Bonus chicken is also 15. Kambing is like, so kambing is and curry mutton, yeah, 16, right? So on the higher side. But honestly, most of the place, like, there was another place called Bamboo Kitchen or something like that. I don't remember, but something bamboo, right? Also sells something like this, right? So also nasi lemak, roti kawin, kari kambing, those kind of stuff, right? So over there, it's a little bit more expensive than this one, right? But Nagalia, this is only for 750. Is crazy. That's why like, whenever I get the chance to, I'll just go to Nagalia. It's so fucking good. Right? Not sponsored by Nagalia, by the way, but still, right? This place is fucking good. This might be like one of the place, if people were to visit Miri, I don't know why they would do that, but still, if people were to visit Miri, this is one of the places where I would just be like, hey, you can go Nagalia, right? You go Nagalia, you get like the super nice nasi lemak with very good price. So yeah, that's why I went to this morning. I was super happy, super duper happy. It's so nice, honestly, right? I always love a good nasi lemak. Nasi lemak is so good. Is bamboo when you try to jump scare the son of Barney and Betty Rubble? I know Barney is the purple cartoon dino, but who's Betty Rubble? But hey, imagine a kobo trying to scare you. Imagine I trying to scare you in spooky month. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. I'll take anyone that visits me to best burger place in town and no Max or Burger King. Nah, I mean those like big franchise. I'm pretty sure their burger is like mid. Right? Mid. Like huge chain, huge franchise. I'm pretty sure the burger is like mid. I think there's a really good local burger here as well. If I remember correctly, it's called, I haven't went there for a bit. I think it's called Don's Burger. Let me check. Don's Burger. Not Burger. Oh yeah, it is Don's Burger. But I feel like they're not here anymore, actually. Or are they opening up a different place? I mean, I know where this is, but I think I went there and it's not there anymore, question mark? Flintstones reference, different bunny. Oh, I never watched Flintstones before. We use better beef and chicken here. Everyone buys it from Australia. Ooh. I didn't know that. But yeah, I mean, this is a burger place that I can think of that's really good in my opinion, right? To be fair, I never really know what's like good, but I do know what's bad. The McDonald's here is pretty okay, but there's always like a burger stall in like some sort of a food court or hawker center or something like that. But I don't think there's hawker center here. Mostly there's only food court here, right? The burger stall over there, some of them can be kind of bad. I'm sorry, but it is what it is, right? It's kind of bad. But for this one, might be a little bit pricey, but I think this is really fucking good, actually. Like, actually good. So, if people want to try out burger in Miri, still don't know why they would come here. Yeah. place I'll take you is a small restaurant, kind English, called Biohazard. They serve a juicy burger, juice burger, juice burger. What would the burger juice taste like? Ooh, I don't think I can handle a savory juice. No. Not a savory juice. Oh god. But yeah, really, I had a really nice morning. Went to Nagalia, had a really good time. Oh, it's at Pujut 9. Oh, there's another one that's at Pujut 9. Oh, che. And it's just a protein shake. Huh? Isn't protein shake sweet? I always thought they are sweet, but then again, I never drink a protein shake before. I always been told to avoid them by my doctors and stuff. Like there was one time I said that, hey, I want to go to gym. What should I do? Should I drink protein shake? And then the doctor say, oh, walao, no. Right? I don't drink protein shake. Hiya, it's just sugar and protein. Like, oh, okay, then I should avoid it then. And after that, I just assumed that protein shake are just like sweet stuff, right? Very sweet stuff. To be fair, restaurant is a hard word to sound out. It is. Restaurant. I say it as restaurant. Restaurant. Maybe just like Tran. I don't know, Tran. It's the extra chemicals they use in them that are bad. Oh, I mean, fair enough, right? Protein shake just looks like chemicals. Or like protein powders, I guess. Oh my god. Oh, hi Nexus. Oh my god, chicken poop. And chicken poop. Oh, Nexus is doing it. Okay, so I'm actually just procrastinating because I'm scared of Resident Evil 7. But I also wanna... Again, this is like the... Things will happen. There's this... The thing, right? The thing. Like, I love horror games, but I cannot handle horror games. It is such a conundrum. It's such a conundrum. Oh man. If I know you're gonna play Resident Evil, I'll install it to play with you. Oh? Can Resident Evil be multiplayer? I know 4, 5, 6 can... Wait, no, not 4. No, I don't know about 4 actually. I only played 6 that I know that can multiplayer. I've seen people play 5 together. Big Tiger Hugs, did he protect Tiger hold you as you play? Oh, that'll be nice. Doing good? Heck yeah, good to know, good to know. 5, 6, I know about 4, yeah. I have 6. 6 is really fun. I know people shit on 6 a lot, which is understandable, but since Resident Evil 6 is kind of my first ever Resident Evil game, I kind of like it. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I think it's not bad. I think it's not bad. Right, hear this. Wait, no. Oh, wait, yeah, hear this. Boom. Look at that. Resident Evil. Resident Evil. So skinny. Support to Xbox controller. Yeah, you can play with a controller in this game? Crazy. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna assume there's shoot in Resident Evil. That's always been the case, no? There, I unplugged my controller. Irregular rhythm? That's pretty interesting. Right. I took out my controller. Now it's time to get scared shitless because I'm so afraid. Right, here we go. Also, again, this is a very nice playlist. I don't know why I'm not I'm not sponsored by this guy, but nice music. I'm so scared. Hiya. I'm gonna turn down my headphone volume so that I don't get scared shitless. I'm so addicted to MechWarrior 5 at the moment. I hate myself because I want all DLC now. All DLC? Sounds like a lot. Right, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Oh wait, it's already RE engine? No save data. Yes. Gonna make my PC slightly brighter. Voice language. Any... Oh, there's Japanese. No, I feel like Resident Evil doesn't fit to speak Japanese. Right, I want subtitles, thank you very much. Wait, what? French? English is Anglais. Sus titres? Sus titres? Oui. Oui. Langue des voix. I feel like people are gonna hate me if I speak French more. Alright, English it is. Unless there's Chinese. I'll be surprised. Oh, there is. I mean, I'm not surprised. It is Capcom. You have Taiwan, you have Chinese, Korean, Arabic, Thai, Latam, Japanese. No Malay? Hi. Why is there no Malay? Yo boy, thank you for 3 streams, Trick. Oh my god. Thank you. Also welcome. Alright, English it is. Not visible. Barely visible. I mean, that looks about right, I guess. I'll do this. I still want to see this a little bit. I don't want to be like... Because people... Whenever a game says like, not visible, barely visible, I feel like it's gonna be like way too dark. And I don't really like that because I'm gonna miss so many details, right? So I'm gonna put 2 more, or maybe 1 more. I'll do 2 more. There, okay. Adjust the rectangular area to match the size of your screen. Oh. I mean, it's right already. If you start to feel uncomfortable, make sure to take a break. If camera movement is bothering you, try turning camera wobble off in the option menu. It may help resolve the problem. Oh, I need that. Oh, it's data processing? Because the share of gameplay data with the RE.net is optional? You may freely decide whether we give you consent. Gameplay experience will not be affected by the denial of the consent. I mean, I always think data processing is fine, honestly. Right? So long as they're not taking my personal data, then I think it's okay, so... Yeah. Aim assist? Ooh. Oh, I want to turn this off. Phone icon? Reticle only display while aiming. Any purple? No purple? I'll do white then. Maybe I want green. Green, good. I'm using headphones. No? I always don't know what these actually change, but I don't know. Gram fix. Why is this refresh rate? I mean 60, right? Oh, dude. I didn't know changing that is gonna make my whole monitor go black for a bit. Oh. Oh, there's fidelity? Ooh. I think I can turn this off. VSync? Huh? Is VSync bad? I always think VSync is like super duper good. I wanna try not using the fidelity FX thing. If my PC cannot handle it like this, then I'll turn on fidelity FX then. It's bad for stream most of the time? Really? I didn't even know that. Because usually I just turn on VSync to avoid screen tearing. Let me just put it at 60 then. Yeah, there we go. Maybe this is better. You don't really notice it? Is it because, like, bad PC doesn't really see it? Question mark or something? I'm not too sure. Big. Yeah? Oh, okay. Alright. Options looks good. Now we can start game and we'll take it easy on you. Just your average difficulty. Okay, I can do normal, I think. I may be scared, but I think I'm good at shooting things. I think. And before I regret this shit entirely.
Hey, baby! I just wanted to send a quick hello and I love you. Oh, good news. I'm gonna be coming home soon. Yay!
Yay!
I cannot wait to be done with this babysitting job and come home to my loving husband.
Oh, that's kinda cute.
I miss you. I gotta get back to work. I love you, Ethan. I miss you so much. I'm sending tons of kisses. Bye, baby.
Oh, that's kinda cute. Why is there so much blood on your head? Whoa. Who are you? Oh no.
Ethan. You were right. I did lie to you. I shouldn't have.
Oh.
All I can say is that if you get this, stay away.
Why? What happened? That went from 0 to 1,000? Is the game loud enough for you guys to hear?
Hello?
Hey, it's Ethan.
Oh, hey. You alright? You just disappeared the other night.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. It's Mia.
Oh, wow, that looks crazy
She's
good.
not dead. She's alive. She's back.
They found her? How? What happened?
I don't know. Look, I don't know how, but she's back. She's back somehow. Maybe it's a prank, but she wants me to come and get her.
Where is she?
Dulvey, Louisiana.
Dude, it's been 3 years.
I know, but what if it is her? I have to find out what happened.
That looks crazy though. Is this the game gonna look like? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? Stay away so she's pranked from under the guy. Oh shit. Scandalous. Stay away. Okay, I'll uninstall the game. Thanks for the warning. Yeah, I should have done that, should I? But I want to see the game too. Travel to Louisiana. This is a place. I think it is. Yeah, there's a very noticeable screen tearing. I hope it's not showing on OBS. If it doesn't, then it's good, right? Anyone can confirm? I'm seeing mega screen tearing on middle of the screen. Don't see crap. Oh, nice. Okay, then we could. this is how the game's gonna look like. Actually, it's giving me a little bit of... I'm sorry, I have to turn off these things. Was it graphics? That is giving me like... Yeah, it looks better now. Yeah, okay. I'm already feeling nauseous from this. What the hell? The power of Resident Evil. I don't see screen tearing, so maybe you can watch yourself playing the game and hope there's not too much input lag for you. Oh. I don't think there's too much input lag, question mark? I mean, I've been using VSync for the longest time. And I heard VSync causes input lag, but I don't really feel it, question mark? Find Mia. No files. Legend? Oh man, okay. V to check my objective? Okay. Find Mamma Mia? I mean, Mia could be Mama if she's actually Puragananan. What the heck? Is this your house? Holy shit, rich fuck? Hello. Hello.
Shit.
Hello. 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 Button. Button. Hello, button. I like button. Oh wait, I shouldn't let my kobo brain take over. You know, I hate this, right? The horror game premise always be like, oh, I'm trying to get into something that's like absolutely bolted off, closed off. Why am I still trying to get in? And get the fuck away. It's closed off for a good reason, I'm pretty sure. But then again, we're in a horror game universe, so we good. I guess I'm walking back. Why are you telling me to run? I don't like that. Oh, it was toggle run. Ooh, that feels weird. I like my holding run. Is there... Oh. You know, honestly, something about this game is making me feel so nauseous. I think it's just because I'm outside, question mark. Except her gift. Mia? Are you saying that Mia has a gift for me, question mark? ABBA reference? ABBA? 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 You know, I assume I'm playing as Idan, right? Ugh. If I see something like this, I'll just fucking run away. You know, like when people say piss off, I would piss off right now. If I cannot get through the front door... Who the fuck? Can I crouch? I saw someone. No one's gonna walk around here. I mean, I'm doing it right now, but still. Oh, it's gonna... He's gonna jump me. He's already there. He's already there. Oh, fuck. Don't do it. I'll fucking kill you. In game. I'll do it. I'm a kobo. I don't have a gun. I think. I'm already looking away. Oh, fuck. I think it's here. I don't even know if it's he or she. I don't know. Maybe it's an it. Maybe it's it. I don't know. Oh man, what the fuck is this? What the actual fucking fuck? Excuse me? Who does this? What the hell? Oh, bird. Oh my god, bird. Bird. 哎，这不就妈干！哎妈的你，真是我相信你这样吓死我妈的！搞什么鬼，真是！差点把我的滑鼠丢掉哦。Nah, do I have to go in here? I guess. Oh, I hate that. Why are you going here, Ethan? It's still dripping something. Smoke? Sorry, let me check the option once more. I want to see if there's a way to turn off motion blur. Thank you. And I want to see if I can change this back to this. I mean, that's the original option, so maybe that helps me not feel that. I guess looks fine. Alright, smoke. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Why? Why are they dead? Unless they're not dead. Why is there smoke? No. Why is there a dead bird? I don't want to go in there. Fast and Sentinel, hi. Presumably, Ethan seeing the weird crab and going, oh god, oh fuck, I need to rescue my wife. Damn, it's so heroic, okay. That's fair. Someone could feel that way. Not me though, I'll run away. Who would've... I'm watching you. Someone's gonna push me down. Do I jump down? No way. I mean, my leg's gonna turn to jelly Bangkok later. I am jumping down backwards. Don't push me down. I'm pushing myself down. Okay. So someone's here. Why are you burning the bag? Examine in detail. Driver's license. Who that? Aha! Obtain something by closely examining an item. Oh, is this made for a controller game? I guess I can use controller to play this game, it looks like. Alright, give me a second. I mean, I don't know how it feels to aim with a controller, but I've done that before. Alright, I have controller now. From Mia Winter to Ethan Winter. Dalvi? Louisiana. Baker Funk. Come get me. When people say come get me, don't, right? I see a leg in and be like, what do I call the police and winning my car? Yeah. It's okay if they say come? Yeah, probably. What's crouch? R3's crouch? Ew, what is this? What's run? L3's run? Good god, what is this? I guess I'm going into this house? I heard something. Can I play on this instead? I'm scared. This feels so different than Resident Evil 6. Oh, what the hell? I have to go into the house? This feels so different than Resident Evil 6. I hate it. Are you sure they're going to be okay playing this game? I don't know. That's why I'm giving it a try. Like last time I tried out Outlast, I played one session and never touching it again. Oh fuck. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Oh, it's mega dark. Oh, it's omega dark. Oh! 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 What the fuck? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. What? Oi! 你不要包去一点，你敢吓我？你敢吓我杀 IQ 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 What the heck? Behind closed door? Close and open door by yourself? Cool. Well, to be fair, the RE series doesn't do the kind of helpless player thing Outlast did. Yeah, I mean, it's the same with... Oh, I finished Alien Isolation? No, Alien Isolation, right? The game is scary as fuck, but it's so fucking good. And then once I get the flamethrower, the game becomes... The fear factor of the game become, like, halved. Bitch. Don't even try. What is this? Am I scared? Can I be scared? I mean, this perfectly captures how I feel. You're safe against this. I'll be hiding and holding your hand if I could. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't know what this hand motion is, but I like it. Why are you trying? Oh, you're trying to cut this? Honestly, I was constantly scared shitless playing Alien Isolation. Oh my god, yeah. That's because the game is so good. And stand? Shut up! I'm not gonna stand. Okay, fine. Cheating the game, still constantly on edge. Yeah. That's how you know the game is so good. And also Alien very hard, so that's a plus. Who the Ooh, why are you dripping black goo? Close it. Thank you very much. Even though it's still black goop, but it's still like... Nah, the control is too slow. Control is too slow. I'm not gonna use controller to play this game. I cannot even turn back fast enough. Frame rate is bad on harder difficulty, cause here's something you probably don't know. Alien gets more resist to fire the more you use it on them. I think I felt that towards the end. I don't even like being scared like at all. I just sucker for cool monster, cool guns, gadgets. It was cold side. That was cold black goo. I'm using my okay, this feels much better. What am I looking at? It's like being a really huge fan of Resident Evil, Dead Space, and Alien franchise. The conundrum. Oh, I'm sure this will open it up. Ooh! Yeah, fuck, disgusting. Why got cockroach in here? Walao eh. Ew!
Fuck!
Yeah, thanks, Ethan. Exactly, fuck. I'm looking away. Don't. I'm so far away from my monster. Yeah, we closed that. I don't see that shit. Over 20 missing in 2 years. At least it wasn't spiders. I'm looking away. Ooh. Ooh. Someone clean this up. Blech. What the fuck? How do you even manage this? Nah, I mean, this place has been abandoned, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. For many years, maybe? Yeah. Decades even, looks like. they'd be very talented to do that on the fridge. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty high up, right? Oh, it's Scoopy! You. Close that shit. Very tolerant of masses. Yeah, I would not be able to tolerate 1% of this. Yikes. Blech. What's block? I want to block. No, block. X. What? X is... What is this? How do you block? Oh nah, middle mouse is block? What the hell? Oh, I don't like this place. What the fuck is that? I don't see it. It's fine. Oh, I hate it. Why is in front so dark? I'm looking away. I'm looking away. I'm looking away. No, 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 no. I'm making weird noise. I'm not scared. You're scared. Bitch. I'm not scared. Why is there a room here? Oh nah, it's so dark in there. I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm not scared, bitch. You think I'm scared? Nope. I'm blocking. I'm blocking. I'm blocking. I'm blocking. I'm blocking. Open up. Let me in. Okay. Oh hey, there's a door here. I've never been so far away from my mic and my monitor. Oh. Oh, the lighting changes. I think this is also to showcase the RE engine. What can it do? Something like that? Fuck! Is that Maya? Is that Mia? I think that could be Mia. Who the fuck is that? There's some serious mold and mild dew. The issue going on here, I think. Probably, most likely. Who wears that? That's a man. Some hoot 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 hoot. What is this? Mia's driver license is covered in strange black substance. Oh, wait, it is Mia's driver license. Ui, Macurio. Don't even let me play piano. Hmm? Jail cell? Looks like the owners of this place? What the? Somebody trying to burn Mia's purse. License included, apparently. Oh, there's a wind noise. Holy shit. Oh, wait. So somebody's trying to kill Mia? If they're trying to burn Mia's belongings, right? Oh. I mean, Mia did warn us to stay away, so... So there's some bad people trying to kill Mia, question mark? I'm blocking! Hiya! What? Hiya! Hiya! Nope! Nope! Hiya! Hiya! I'm not scared, bitch! I'm not scared! I'm not scared, bitch! Get out of here! Nope! 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 I'm blocking! I'm blocking! I'm blocking! I'm not scared! Oh, you trying to hit me? Huh? I'm looking away. I'm looking away. It's too quiet. What the fuck is going on? It's so quiet. Whoa! No, 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 no. I guess I have to go upstairs. Gee, I wonder why the hands are so bright. Ethan's hand while blocking an ironically hurting my eyes. Oh shit, okay, I'll do that less then. I'll try to work up some courage and not block constantly. What is this? Button. It's not responding? Well, press again. It's bound to respond sometime, right? Oh, is it because I put my brightness too high, so this is happening? I think that might be why. Let me turn down the brightness by 1 level. I think brightness was here. And then it has to be on display. Oh, there it is. Oh. Yeah, it's still very bright, but over... Oh, shit. Dead end? Something's gonna happen. I'm looking away. La 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 la. I'm not scared. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, okay. Thanks. That's a safe station. Derelict house footage. Uh-oh. When I take this, something's gonna happen, right? La 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 la. Boop boop. Nope. 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 You wanna hit me? You wanna hit me? Huh? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Whoever you are, whatever you are. I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm not scared. You are. You are. Get out of here. Ooh,
Emotional damage.
nah. Fuck. By the way, why is there a stairs button? Huh? It doesn't help that I'm watching at 2 a.m. Oh shit, it's 2 a.m. over there. Holy crap. It's almost 2 p.m. here. Almost. I'm looking away. I'm gonna watch the videotape. No one can stop me. Bitch, I'll kill you. Nope, 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 nope. boop, 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 boop. Fuck, fuck. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Where's the videotape watcher again? It's not here, right? Nah. If this is how the game's gonna be, like the entire game, it's gonna take me probably 2 years to finish this game, I feel like. If I had to guess, the owners didn't want to add regular stairs to their attics, but the trapdoor ladder wasn't good enough for them, so they got a fancy mechanical stairs thing with a button. Oh, so this is the staircase button? How the fuck did they do that? That's kinda cool. Here's schedule. I'm always so scared. Like, I feel like I'm gonna get scared. It's something's gonna happen. I took something, right? That's how the game works. That's how the game works. Hmm. Ooh. You theft? Like, I mean a different staircase, like from the ceiling of the second floor? Oh, you mean a button that causes another staircase to appear? I'm not scared. La 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 la. I'm scared again. Oh my god. Where's the... Oh, videotape is there, right? 应该会转角遇到爱，转角遇到爱，我不要 Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 哎呦，我怕死了呢！哎呦，我怕死了！不要嘞，不要嘞！我怕哦，人家等下有东西过来退后，然后后面有东西，我不是死了一下？哎呦，惨了，我都不会讲英文了。啊！我操，我都不懂英文是什么鬼的，我只会讲华语而已。现在完蛋了，你们自己找伤啊，我不会啊。哦，哎妈的！看你怎样，真是。Hi Bracky。我关门了，应该没有事了哎，你不要嘞。
Tylra is safe, Tylra is cute, Tylra is fierce and might. Let's be honest, Tylra is Scaredy Cat.
I'm an extreme Scaredy Cat. I can't move. June 1, Down V Haunted House Rehearsal? Haunted House?
Boo.
Oh, what the fuck?
Where did you find this guy?
Give me a break, Pete.
Hey, I only work with professionals. Speaking of which, make sure the sound is right this time. I don't want a repeat of Amarillo.
That was 2 fucking years ago.
I don't do ADR.
Oh, I'm playing.
This new guy? I'm not feeling it.
Again?
Just don't be surprised if we have to make a change.
This guy suck.
New plan. We do a walkthrough of the inside first, then we shoot the intro.
Just like we always do. Just try to say the show's name this time, okay?
No problem. Tonight on Sewer Gators, another worthless fucking shithole. Happy?
Ecstatic.
Let them go first. Wait, this is the house, right?
Are we rolling? All right, let's go.
I think so.
Get out of the way.
It's locked.
Oh shit.
After you.
So, why are we in hell this time? Do you ever prep? What's the prep? Shitty house, spooky sounds? Ooh, is it haunted?
This is good argument in the entertainment industry.
Fuck me. I was an anchor, you know?
Weekend sub, Pete. Not anchor.
What's that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
What's the story, Andre?
Abandoned farmhouse, missing family, foul play suspected. The usual.
Foul play?
How long did you say this place has been abandoned?
3 years.
Clancy, get a shot of this. Let's make a great cutaway. So, Hillbilly Joe and his family go missing.
Huh?
Not hillbillies, the Bakers. Jack and Marguerite Baker. And they were quiet, not backward. Lot
It
of
was
bad
wait,
rumors
it was
about their
already
son.
3 years back then?
Bad seed, apparently.
Ah, shit. I know I should have worn my good shoes. Oh, shit. Glad I had my shots. Although, this would make a great backdrop. Andre, what do you
Oh
think?
my god, so this is still the same?
Andre?
Nothing's here though.
Andre! Andre! Clancy, you see where Andre went?
No?
Where is he? Unfucking believable. This is the last time I work with that guy. I mean, producers, they come and go, but a good cameraman like you, Clancy, you stick with me.
I'm a good cameraman now? Oh, you're scared. It's okay, I'm scared too. Where's Andre? Where's Andre?
What the fuck was that?
I don't want to be here anymore.
Andre? Where the fuck is he?
I don't want to be here anymore.
Andre, where are you, man?
So if this is if this is 3 years ago, it already looks like this.
What the hell? You gotta be fucking kidding me. All right, new deal.
Oh,
We find Andre and we go. I mean, fuck this show.
we spotted chicken scattered around the chest. Foul play? Foul play means the cop thinks someone kidnapped or murdered the homeowners. Oh. So it is 3 years ago. Considering that we watched this, oh, we don't know how the fuck long. There's no chance. Unless I know where when the current time is, then maybe I can guess.
You first.
Nah, fuck.
Need a nice hero shot of me coming down the ladder.
No.
So, you first.
啊fuck 高你啊！妈的，你要我下去先。Nope. You better look. Oh fuck. I'm not scared. 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 How the? Oh,
What do you see? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know. Then you want me to? Oh! That's not Andre. No, that's not Andre. Like I guarantee this is not Andre. This is doppelganger. We are in analog horror now. Why do you think it's not Andre? Because when we come here, the secret wall was closed, right? There's no way Andre can come into this place and being able to close the secret door at the same time. No? I mean, chances are low, right? I mean, is what I would think. It's not underway. Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? Eee. Woo. Woo. Oh. I am disconnecting my controller as well. Why? That vibration scared the fuck out of me. I thought it was something else. Nah. Fuck you, controller. How can you do that to me? Alright, we good. That right? So that was underlay. I was entirely wrong.
Jesus.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, middle mouse X. Squeeze my paw scared. I'm squeezing it, I think. I'm squeezing it. So there's something here that I can open. Oh. You know how scary it is? Alright, give me a second. You know how scary it is, right? The three of us were sticking together, and one of us split away for 0.1 millisecond, right? And the way they are dead, there's no noise made. You know how scary that is? Usually when people are scared or like when people are like at the brink of death, right? They'll at least like scream or some shit. But no. No chance for them to even scream. They're just dead like that. That means that they don't even know they're dead, right? They don't even know what happened to them. They just suddenly out cold and probably dead after, right? So that makes the game even worse, I feel like. Well, not the game worse, but that makes the death even scarier. Oh. Can I have a gun? Oh. I guess it's bound to happen when when people do this, huh? Oh. Ay,不要. Why are you going downstairs, you stupid? Actually, I'm controlling, so I'm stupid. I guess I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not looking, I'm not looking, I'm not looking. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, Ethan's dead.
Damn it.
Oh, only damn it? Are you not going to be like, oh, 我操妈的，我死了，救命啊, something like that? No? It's just a simple damn it. I guess you're chill as fuck, Ethan. I mean, what can I say? Ethan is the man. But too bad the person that's playing as Ethan is not the man. Or the woman. I'm just a couple. There's no way of knowing that the tape was really real and not just from a found footage movie. Oh, I never thought about that. I'm just already convinced that it's real. Hi, Nina. Same as yesterday with the dog and cat situation. I'll be looking again. Have fun, of course. Thank you for the lurk always, Nina. Don't do it. What the fuck is this place? This wasn't here before. I mean, it's Resident Evil, so it probably is, but we know this is a horror game. Yeah, we know this is a horror game. They don't know that in the horror game universe. Good point, good point. Water? Are you sure they're gonna swim? I'm gonna drown. Cannot swim. Ooh. Oh! I'm not scared. I have dragon. I have dragon. Oh my god. That's gonna be what the monster. Oh. What is that? Is that a door? Oh no! How is that a door here? Fuck you! 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 Choi! Choi! Fuck you! You better not move. You better not move. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ethan has literally no reason to think there's any mutant monster stuff going on. True. Those look like missing posters? I guess, but I don't see Mia. Oh wait, that's a lot of... Oh, wait, this is not about Mia. This is about someone kidnapping people constantly. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15。Didn't I say 20? Didn't I say like 20 missing or something? Remember the newspaper? 20 people in 2 years are missing. Oh, wait, this place is fucked up. Oh no! So we are not dealing with zombies. We're dealing with fucking kidnap murderer. Nah, that's fucked up. Dude, I know. I'm okay. I am so okay. Oh my god, Yuffie! Hi, Yuffie. Wow, it's been so long. Oh, Yuffie is doing good. Did we scare you? No. Hi, only Sodo. Poke Rock? Oh, isn't that the rock-like Pokemon game? I hope that was fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. Welcome in everyone from Yuffie. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. I am totally not scared. I definitely did not take half an hour just going through. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Right? I'm okay. It was a lot of fun. Good to see you. It's always good to see you too, Yuffie. I'm glad it was having fun. I'm crapping herself, probably. Definitely not having a panic attack or breakdown. Yeah, no, I'm so brave. How can I be scared? I don't know. Holy shit. I'm the bravest thing. This game is child's play. No, I'll take that back. I'll take that back. Oh. Oh my god, mama. Yeah, this game's great. Definitely being very brave. I know. I'm so brave, it's crazy. I'm getting a bit of a secondhand anxiety. I'm sorry, that's not what I had in mind. I didn't think I'm gonna cause secondhand anxiety with this. But it is kind of how I feel with horror games. I remember playing Song of Horror and being like this as well. It's so fucking scary. Oh, I'm so balls deep in this place now. What the fuck? What the hell? There's just like a toilet here casually. Also, if you need any post-stream care, Yuffie, get some rest, get some food, get some drink, and definitely go do them. They're very important.
Hello and welcome.
Don't do it. 你不要，你他妈香过去哦！扒你可以讲，妈的，搞什么鬼？你他妈给你了，你飞走！我跟你讲，搞什么鬼？不要！What the fuck? Surely this game can't be that scary, right? I guess it's not for some people, but I am an extremely scaredy cat. That's why I don't do horror games as much. But I like horror games, so it's like... it's always a conundrum whenever I want to play a horror game. It's like, I want to play more horror games because it's so fun, but... That's all syringes. Wait, those are syringes? I cannot zoom in. Oh wait, they are. Holy shit! Wait, we're not dealing with murderer. and kidnap her. We're dealing with fucking whatever psychopath this is. Flush? I don't think I can. I don't even see a handle to flush here. Or the button? Who made this toilet? Also, thank you, Mousy Chu. Sorry, I was too scared. I don't think there's a handle for me to flush. I'm looking for. Good, 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 good. Don't touch me, I'll kill you. You touch me, I touch you back. You touch me, I touch you back, I tell you. Huh? Oh, I don't like this go. What's a go? I don't know how to say go. You touch me, I touch you back. Don't touch me. Fuck you. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. You are. You're scared.
Mia?
Who? Oh wait, that's Mia? Then we'll cut. You can cut it with the tape. You gotta believe. I think you never played Parapatarapa. You gotta believe. Ay, fuck lah, nope. Unflushable toilet? They just left the toilet there after removing it from the bathroom instead of trying it out. Like a, what's it called again? Like a, backup toilet. Probably. Turn, dead, turn? Ben, dead, Harold, turn, Arthur, turned, Tamara, turn. L? Why is that L on Clancy? Andre, dead. Peter? Wait, Clancy is the camera guy, right? Oh. Mia. Heidi, Clyde. Lindsay. Stephen, Nathaniel. Edward, Nadine, Alex, Tom, Reed, Susan, Joseph, and David. So, 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9. So 9 turned. 9 turned. Oh, I assume turned. They became zombie with the syringe? That's fucked up. That's so fucked up. Now it's gonna be my turn. The next name is gonna be Ethan Winter. Poke cutter. I'm looking away. I'm looking away. You cannot hurt me. You cannot hurt me. You cannot hurt. Hoot. 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 That's more than one person a month. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, it's so fucked up. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. No, why is there vent noises? Okay, Mia. Mia. We should go. Mia. Mia. I found something. Cut it. Cut it. Come on, Mia. Go. Mia. Mia. I don't believe you. This game gave me trust issues. Mia. Are you Mia? Mia. Oh my god, that's my own shadow. Ay, yeah. Mia. Are you dead? Mia. I'm looking. Wait.
Mia. Oh, thank God I found you.
Mia.
It's me. It's Ethan.
Ethan?
Oh.
Ethan?
Are you alright?
You shouldn't be here.
I shouldn't.
What do you mean? You contacted me.
No, I wouldn't. Did I?
Oh shit.
Did anyone see you? Did he see you?
Hey, who else is here?
Yeah,
What the
who
hell's
else?
going on?
Daddy's coming. We need to go.
What the fuck?
We need to go now.
What the fuck? Okay.
Where are you taking me?
Someplace safe.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Baby, you've been gone 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years? Has it really been 3 years?
I guess. I mean, at least you look well cleaned, I guess. Don't do that! Don't do that!
What is this place? What'd they do to you?
Not now. We need to get out of here first. I think it's this way.
Don't. What the fuck? Are these human meat? Holy shit, those are just straight up meat. No, they don't look like meat actually.
Mia, we have to talk. That message you sent me.
Not me. That wasn't me.
But you did.
I didn't.
Okay, fine. Just tell me what's going on.
I'm telling you everything that I know.
So, are you the
Have to go
real
this way.
Mia? So, are we dealing with doppelgangers here? Are we actually in another horror story now?
Mia, are you sure you know where you're going?
Family used to bring me food through here. I remember.
The family? Are they bad? I mean, they have to be bad if this is in their house. You don't do it! Don't do it! I'm running! Mia? 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 Don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't leave me!
There. It's there.
Can you open it?
This is it. I remember this room.
Do you know?
There's another door here. I'm sure of it. It's not here. It's gone. It's gone! We're gonna be a family. Now that you're here.
Oh, don't say that. I'll fucking kill you.
There's another door here. I'm sure of it.
No. No. What do you want? Are you okay? Mia? 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 I'm not gonna be a family. I mean, we are a family, but not with this family. Yeah? She dying? Oh no. Sorry, got me. You jumped me. I'm gonna. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you were thinking about it, would you? You were thinking about it, huh? Ah, I know your tricks. Fucking want to jump me from the back, you bitch. Huh? La 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 la. No, right? You're not gonna do it, right? You're not gonna do it. Yeah, that's right. I'm on to you. I'm on to you, little shit. Don't even try it. I'm on to you. Alright? I'm watching you. Don't even try. Mia and the streamer. Yeah, I'm losing. I guess I'm actually losing my mind. What the? How is there a dog? What the hell? Is there multiple dolls here? Oh, 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 oh. Who? Mia, 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 Mia. Oh, Mia, where would you go? What the fuck? What the fuck? No. Oh, God. No. What the fuck? No. Where did Mia go? Where's Mia? Where's Mia? Where's Mia? Woo! Woo! Oh no, where is this? Oh, I just breathe, I need to breathe. Oh, okay, okay. It's just a game. It's okay. It's just a game, alright? It's not gonna hurt me. It's not gonna hurt me. I will get scared shitless, but it's not gonna hurt me. Everything is fiction. It's not real. Alright, we good. Okay, okay. Guest house map? What? Hidden passage, living room, back door? Oh, I came from here, did I? Kobo is meowing again. But her name is Mia. You're safe, Kobo? I guess Kobo is safe. Alright, who took Mia? Alright, who took Mia? Damn. Oh, it's just like different stepping noise. Okay, okay. Toilet? First aid mat? Why did the first aid mat look like that? It closes up wounds and promotes cell regeneration, partially restores health. I don't Who's banging door? I didn't take Mia. I know Tiger wouldn't. If you keep blocking like that, the screen darkening will stop you from dodging. Can I dodge? In the game? Wait, can I dodge? Oh, space is also blocked. Hiya, hiya, hiya! Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Try me then, bitch. Try me then, bitch. It is the door that I came from. Yeah, it is. Or is it this one? No, it's not. Okay. What's here? Oh wait, is it this one? Not like a dashboard where you can see. I'm going into the door. Yeah. Okay, it's locked. Okay, we can. I press X. Let's get the fuck out of me. Don't do it. Don't do it. I am sweating. What the fuck? Who? You? No. No. I did close this door, didn't I? Okay, breathe, breathe in, breathe out. Okay. I'm not scared. You're scared? You're a little bitch. Something is breathing. I don't like that. Something is breathing. Chad, you heard that, right, Chad? I'm not schizo, right? There was something breathing. Also, why does Ethan walk so slow on the staircase like this? I'm a brave. I'm a brave kobold. Fuck you! Fuck you! What the fuck? Holy shit, Hulk! Oh, what the fuck? Yo, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Ow! I'm dead. I'm not. That one is not closing.
Yeah. Wait.
What do you want? Holy shit, Ethan! Ethan, you're dead.
I can hear her. I can feel her clawing her way back inside of me. Get out!
Oh.
Leave me alone!
Oh.
I've been bad. I deserve this.
Oh. Huh?
The fuck
Yeah, what the fuck are you, Mia? Oh, is that how you just used it? Ooh. Okay. 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 So what are we dealing with here? What the fuck is wrong with Mia? Oh, what the fuck? I'm trying to, you bitch! You wanna fight? Ooh.
We're all dead here.
Yeah, bitch! Ow! Ôi! Ma都中意掟得卜啦！She turned back? Did I save you? Well, quote unquote save with the biggest quotation mark in the entire world. Take that X. Take that X back, you stupid. Why? But why? So is some unseen forces controlling Mia, causing her to behave like this? Take that X! Take that X! Stupid! Where's the knife? Where's the knife? Take it! Take the knife! Take the knife! Take the knife! Where's the knife? I'm good with a knife, I think. I'm a kobo. Is the phone ringing? Nah. How is the phone ringing now? I mean, there was mind control in RE5. Was there? Oh shit, I never played RE5. Oh, I played... So I played RE6? It's like my first RE game. I played RE2 Remake. And then I played RE4 Remake? Yeah, and then now we are here. We're playing RE7. I can explain the RE5 thing even though my spoilers. Maybe... maybe like in the form of slight summary, I guess? Question mark? If that's possible. If I'm not asking too much, honestly. I feel like I'm asking too much here. But it's also interesting to know that there's mind controlling in RE5. Or it's like there was a case of mind controlling before. It's safe to assume RE7 happens after RE5, so... I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm gonna look away. I'm gonna look away. Good morning? Good morning? Good morning? Good morning? Hello? Hello? Hello?
You really shouldn't have come here.
Uh-oh.
Who's this? And what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, what the fuck's going on?
My name's Zoe. There should be a way out through the attic.
Oh, cool.
Attic?
Go there. Now.
I guess I am. Okay. Uh-oh. Huh? Huh? Oh, oh. No, 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 no. While the bad guys while the bad guys turned to be a friend from Chris from previous games, who he thought was dead. Oh, hi, malicious magpie. She was mind control with drugs and says afterwards that her real self still knew what was going on even though she wasn't in control. Oh, that's mega fucked up. I should probably drink some water to calm myself down a little bit. Am I actually gonna go to the attic that easily? What if Mia is not dead? I mean, she could do a Michael Jackson wake up just now, you know. Started. Don't do it, you fuck. Please save when you find the tape recorder. Is there a tape recorder somewhere? Are you a tape recorder? Aww. Oh, bad. There's a save point around here somewhere. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Oh nah. But why is it locked? I think Mia is not dead. Is Mia gone? No. 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 Oh no, Mia is gone. How the fuck the blood splatter is still here? Well. What is this? Oh, 2 hands slower, but... Oh! Oh, Dark Souls combat! Wow, okay. Mm. Yeah. What? Oh, wait, I'm back. I cannot lock that door. What time is it for you? Right now it's 2:50 p.m. Sunday. October 19 currently. I have an X. I have an X. I'm gonna ask so many questions. Yeah. Can I use the axe on this? I guess it's not strong enough. I live on literally the opposite side of the planet from you, I guess. Oh. Oh, so currently it's almost 3 a.m. on your side of the place. Don't do it. Don't do it. I guess I saved. Hiya. 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 What? Why? Push button? Oh yeah, there's a button that I can push up here. No. It's a bad button. Alas, as much as I would love to watch you go through this next part, I've been awake for more than 36 hours. I need to try and get sleep. Go get sleep. It's good. Good luck. Thank you. I'll definitely try my heckin' best to not get scared too much. I don't like this place. I don't like this place. Thanks for the head pin. I'm not scared of you. Hiya, 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 hiya. Over 20 missing in 2 years. Yeah, exactly. Hiya, 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 hiya. Damn, what a plate! That's a strong ass plate. Yeah, don't do it! Oh, I have the thing. Yeah, cut it! Boom! What do you have? Fuse? Fuse? No! What do I need a fuse for? I don't like that. That's Mia. Hey Mia, I'm here to ask you a question. What do you want, Mia? I have question for you, bitch. Come here. Hiya, hiya, hiya. You want some of these? You want some of these? You want some of that? You want some of that? Huh? You want this? You want that? You want some? I'll ask you a question. Where'd she go? What do I need a fuse for, actually? I think it's here. Oh, wait, it is here. It's beside the TV, I think. Kitchen? Wait, is there something in the kitchen? Oh, sorry, let me get back for a bit. Is it here? In front? Still cannot see what this is. And the picture is too stinky. Did I move you? Oh! Where did Mia go? Mia has to be in here, I think. I'm looking away. I'm not afraid of you. This one. Oh, stairs. Oh, okay. I think Mia is gonna cut. Bitch. I hate you. 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 I don't like 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 you.
It's okay, it's me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. You shouldn't have done that!
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It fucking hurts!
Oh, Jesus. Oh. 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 What the fuck?
Let's see how you feel.
Oh. Holy Jesus. You did. Huh? Ethan? Ethan? good. Good. You want some? You want some? You want some? Why do you close on your own? Do you close your own after a while? Because if so, that will make sense, I guess. Why did the door lock in the first place? I guess not. Oh, thank you, Becky. Alright. Yeah. I have gun. Gun. Damn. Ethan has iron sights. His hand never moves when aiming. Look at that eye. Look at that laser sight. Crazy. I think I'm going here, question mark. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. I might be afraid of you. You. Gun. This is so much more different than the Resident Evil that I played. Why is this shit so scary? I mean, Ethan hurts a lot. Maybe I should use this, no? Could you use this? Oh, I forgot about your hand is gone. Sorry, Ethan. That must have hurt like a ton, I think. No. Oh yeah? I have a gun. I have a gun. I have a gun. Kobo has a gun. Kobo has a gun. Kobo has a gun. Kobo has a gun. Yeet. Yeet. I didn't do that. I feel kinda bad. Because I'm so slow. But also I'm so scared. But the story does make me feel a little bit curious, like what's gonna happen next, you know? I couldn't open the door more. Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you here? Are you friendly? Are you close? Are you friendly? Are you here? Hi, Pet Gamer. Oh my goodness. You. Are you in this door? I don't know. I don't know. Hiya. 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 No. Right, you little shit. I have a gun. I have a gun. Okay, okay. Thanks for the hand pen. I cannot block anymore. I have no hand. Are you here? You little shit. Are you here, you little shit? Where'd you go? Wait, the person on the phone says I had to go to the attic, right? Was I at the attic? Yeah, I was at the attic, but nothing over there that allows me to go out though. But I think I also have a gun. I also got a gun there, question mark? Are you gonna come here? Are you gonna come from here again, you little shit? You wouldn't. Oh. Would they be here? It's a day anymore. I don't care what they are. Are you back here, Mia? Hello, Mia. Are you back here, maybe? Guess not. Maybe she went back down, question mark? No. I don't care. I'm just gonna hold W. Plus W. Plus W. Plus W. Plus W. Hiya, 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 hiya. Hiya, plus W. Hiya, hiya, hiya. What? Hiya. What? Hiya. 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 I thought I saw something shiny just now. Hiya. 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 Wah. Hiya. Wah. Hiya. Hiya. Oh. Oh. Hiya. 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 Back door? I guess I can try going out, yes? I did come in from the back door at first, I believe. Yeah. Wah. Hiya. 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 Wah. Yeah. Bitch. I'm not in front of you, even if you have a chainsaw, little shit. Wah. Yeah. Is this door locked still? Has to be, right? Yeah. So, where do I go? Did I miss something on, like... I couldn't go back to the basement anymore, I think. Oh wait, I can through the room with a TV. Over there there's like a place where I originally climbed down the stairs, and there's the basement. And maybe something's there that I can do? Maybe? Oh, chair. Right, yeah, chair. Hey, I think I was so scared to the point where I start to feel tired now, because I was like 神经紧绷 for like 2 hours. I think it's here. I have a gun. Don't do it. Although I still have one question about this whole situation. Well, multiple questions actually, but one question lingers in my mind, right? Is that the real Mia? Or is that like a doppelganger that I'm dealing with here? I mean, this is the only place I can go. But can I use this ladder? Isn't this ladder broken? Try? No. Okay. I couldn't go down. Okay, so... That's weird. Maybe I'm missing something here? Cannot do that? I thought the wood biggest enemy is X. Maybe I missed something for the attic. I'm gonna try going up again. Are you here? Where are you? The fuck? Whoa! Whoa, physics! Need to. Oh, that's the door noises. I mean, the phone call did say that I need to go to the attic, but for what? Uh-oh. Wait. Oh!
Bitch. Go back home. It's up to me. I have to do it.
Wee!
What are you hiding, then? What don't you want me to know?
Oh no, I'm cornered. Oh shit, what'd I do? That bitch has a chainsaw. Oh shit. No! Get away from me!
They're relying on me. Everyone is relying on me. On
Get away from me!
leave me to die.
That's not how love is, you little shit. Did you die? Holy fucking shit. I missed so many shots, it's crazy. Uh-oh. Wait, what the fuck is... Huh? Where'd you fucking come from? Escape from the guest house? I don't think I did that. It says, welcome to the family, son. Oh no, I'm... Oh, Mia is also getting tracked. Oh, now I'm getting kidnapped. Fuck. Holy shit, I never felt this intense.
Come on. Don't you die on us now. You have work to do.
Who? Did you just... What is Ethan? Oh, good morning, Peter. Oh my god, taken. Who is Ethan? Oh, ugh.
Where am I? What the hell?
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time for supper.
Who
Supper?
are all you people? Where's Mia?
What the fuck?
Eat it. It's good.
No, it's not.
Bitch wasn't no good if it hit him.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh!
Get out the way, Mom.
Oh!
His boy's got to eat. He got to have his supper. Come here, boy. Let's do this.
Ew!
Shit, oh shit, oh shit. He's not eating it, Jack. He's not eating
Get
it.
the hell up,
I
Marguerite.
made that for him.
Get the hell out of here.
You're a son of a bitch.
Come on, boy.
Wait. Oh.
God damn it! I bet it's that cop again. Goddamn pigs!
What the fuck is wrong with this?
Back for you.
Are they even human anymore? Oh, my guns. Who are you? No one is human. Bronia Wheel. Hi.
I gotta get out of this.
Well, I know, but how are you gonna do that? Oh. I don't know if that's gonna help. Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, my hand is back. Hope you're doing good. Welcome and my happy family. Oh, I don't think this is happy family. I don't have my guns anymore. Ooh. Oh. Oh. 3 missing during Urbex trip. This is your first time playing this? Yeah. Danny does all pets? Heck yeah. I need so much more pets. State authorities are asking for help locating 3 men who went missing during their travels to Dalvey Parish from New Orleans on the 9th of this month. The missing men has been identified as Peter Walken, Andre Stickland, and Clancy Javis. Oh, it's the person in the videotape, right? I mean, at least I heard of Andre and Clancy. I didn't know the person who was staying on top of that staircase left me to die is Peter. 3 produced videos for the internet and traveled to Dalvey to shoot footage for their latest production. Their videos consist mostly of the group exploring abandoned buildings and haunted houses. Okay. I won't say anything that happens. That's nice. And thanks for keeping it spoiler free for me. But I am slow as fuck, just as a warning, right? Because I am absolutely terrified. I'm scared as hell. Nicholas Hardware. Sorrow pet collar. 20 pet collar? What the fuck? How many pets do you have? Don't. What is that sound? Oh, don't open it. Oh, ugh. This is one of your favorite game? Ooh. I never really play a lot of Resident Evil games. Oh. Consume to recover a small amount of health. I assume green means good. Okay. Green good, red die. Okay. Can I have my gun back? Or my axe? I'm not even gonna ask for much.
Hello and welcome.
Brony, thank you. It's locked? Ah, crap, fuck, shit. Oh. Is she still alive? No, no, she's not even breathing, I think. Oh. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. That's not a house. Woo! I don't wanna. 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 Oh fuck! Can I hear him? Oh, do I have to avoid him? Sorry, sorry. Didn't mean to shout. Didn't mean to shout. I'm sorry. You come here, I'm gonna loop you. I played fast mode before, you bitch. Okay, wait. I went to... I don't even know. Okay, so this is kitchen. This is... Oh yeah, this is the lock. Yeah, this is the lock place, so I know where this is now. Down here we have the things that we can... Wait, the game is not paused when I open up the map? Hi.
Come out. Thought you'd just slip out before dinner was done?
Yeah, bitch, bitch, bitch. Get looped. Ah! Get looped. No. No, I'm dead. Get away from me. Get away from me. Oh! What the fuck? You're no human. 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 Aye. Ow. Oh, I can guard. Use. Help, 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 help,
Where
help.
the hell you think you're going to, son?
Help.
Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Don't you go anywhere.
I didn't! Wait, let me eat this real quick. No, I did! Oh shit. There goes my hand, I guess. Ow.
Pathetic.
What? You thought you were Kazuya, you bitch? Hanashiri na? Okay, what's the plan? I don't even know. Hiding in the shadows and keeping quiet is a good way to keep Jack off your back. Oh, his name is Jack? Okay. Hiding in the shadows and keeping quiet is a good way to keep... Okay, hiding in the shadows. So... few things I need to find, right? There must be something with the pictures and stuff. So shadow. Oh, Ethan, you're too big. Okay, this is where we need to go, I guess? I need a key of some sort. Is he gonna be here again? Okay, so that's like the first appearance. And then I don't know how is he going to go to the dining area? Because I remember I was looking at the map in the living room. I don't think he's gonna come here yet. Yeah, he was here and it's like, where did that shit go? Right? If you're just gonna appear here, that sucks, right? Okay, we found a key that's needed.
Where'd that little shit get to?
What is this? If he comes here, I'm dead, right?
Yeah, piggy.
Try breaking it? I don't have anything that can break it.
Come out, wherever you are.
I don't wanna. No, 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 no.
You know what they say. Once family, always family.
If he comes here, I'm dead.
Where are you?
I guess that works.
Here I come.
Jump! Get down! I don't know if this is even if this is any better, honestly. Oh no, I feel like this is even worse. Oh, thanks for the coin. That's a good shiny right there. Oh, he sounds nearby. Mm. Ooh. Combine items in your inventory. Oh, herb plus chemical fluid equals first aid mat? I guess that makes sense. You can store items here. Email from Mia and driver's license is already stored? Did they help me store that, but not a gun? They really stink. I know, right? I think I can only play for a little bit more. I'm starting to feel a little bit unwell. I think I was too, like, tense all the time. Boop. Unlocked it. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Hello?
You did good, Ethan.
Zoe, right? And what the fuck are these?
Shut up and listen if you want to stay alive.
Okay.
You gotta get out of that house. There might be a way out through the main hall.
All right.
Oh, and that thing on your wrist is a codex. Don't lose it. It's important.
Oh, my hand is, like, stapled back. Who did that?
Hell of a girl.
Who's Zoe? What the heck? Hmm? Oh, okay. So we have a key here. I haven't tried the hatch key on that thing. So I guess that Jack person or non-person is still here. Oh. Not the same key, I guess. I don't think I've seen a key here. Don't know what that needs. I don't hear Jack anymore, it's the concerning thing. Is it crazy husband and wife? Well, they look not crazy there for some reason. You don't know him, but I get the feeling he's an asshole. Lucas, February 2013. Yeah, I should probably drink. Water your local cobble? Remember to always moisturize your local cobbled. I'm sure they'll appreciate the moist. Who is this though? Could this be Zoe? Oh, I hate the 90-degree turn. Is there a key here? Was there? Oh, it is. What? How is the door knocking? I guess I have to go there.
Hey! Hey, over here! Hey, you!
Wait, are you calling for me?
Hey! Open up!
Hello?
Hey, you gotta help me.
Hold on, back up. Now, sir, do you live here? I mean, is this your property?
What? Me? No. No.
All right. Now, we got several calls about some missing persons lately.
You
Well,
understand.
he's dead.
I gotta get out of here.
Calm down.
How
You're
can
not
I calm
listening to
down?
me. There are crazy people in this house trying to fucking kill me.
Well, all right. Let me tell you this. You don't exactly seem like you playing with a full deck yourself, all right?
Are you kidding me?
Look, like I said, we've had several missing persons calls. And I can't rule out that an outsider like yourself may not be involved.
All right. I'll tell you whatever you want.
All right. Now that's more like it. Now, meet me in the garage. We'll talk there.
Hey, wait. You gotta give me your gun.
You must have lost your mind.
Look, officer.
Deputy.
Right. Deputy. Now, do you want to see my name in the obituaries? Or do you want to be a hero and save my life? A fucking pocket knife?
Here. Take it. That's all you're gonna get. Now go. Garage. Now.
Fine. I mean, I guess
What am I
it's...
gonna do with a knife?
I guess it's better than nothing. Ugh. Well, I'm sure that's not loud at all. Holy shit. Well, maybe I can break with this. Nah, it's better than nothing. Thanks, deputy. Oh nah. Please help.
We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Now first you need to tell me what you're doing out here alone in the middle of the night.
Me? What about you?
No, it's my job. Won't you do your job and tell me? Answer my questions.
You're not gonna believe me if I told you.
Try me. Hey, put that door back. Put that door back up. Wait.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Give me a gun!
Fuck it! I'm gonna kill everyone.
Don't do it! Don't do it! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shoot you.
I'm an old man, son.
I guess you are. I guess you are. Ah. Don't do it. No. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh shit. I'm out of bullet. What is this? Huh. That's not a good idea. No! Don't do it!
Son, you out of ammo?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Alright, fine. You wanna do it?
You kill me, and I just come right on back.
I guess you do. What is that?
Nice car. Mind if I take it for a spin?
Don't do it.
Better start running, boy.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Get you. I'm gonna get you.
You crazy, man. You crazy. Get off of the car.
Don't move now.
over the car. I'm going to your dead spot. Dead spot. Oh wow, that spot didn't work there. Not when he does that. Hey. The bitch started drifting in circles. Is that thing even human? That's the thing. I don't think they're human anymore. Right? I don't think they're human anymore. Like, how did they end up like this? I don't even know. Take a good look around the garage for things that could help in the fight. Okay. Oh, are we gonna see that again? Ugh. Can I maybe skip this?
Hey, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Now first you need to tell me what you're doing out here alone in the middle of the night.
Skip! I don't want to look at this.
No, it's my
Do
your job and tell me. Answer my question.
I don't want to look at that head break again.
Hey, put that door back. Put that door back up. Wait!
Yikes.
Fuck it. I'm gonna kill everybody. I got to keep it all through me. All through me.
Why are you hitting? Aye. Shit. Oh.
This only ends one way.
Okay. In the car. Go get the vroom vroom.
Oh no, you. I'm driving.
You're not.
You better start running.
But I have the car key. Hey. Hey. Maybe if I use the car key here?
Get you. I'm gonna get you.
Well, I have the car key. And do I press the button go pew pew and then, or do I have to like stun him enough before I can drive the car? It doesn't look like I can be fast enough to try to. I mean the car key is definitely one thing, right? Car key. I'm pretty sure I have to make him do a big hit.
Hey, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Now first you need to tell me what you're doing out here alone in the middle of the night.
Me? What about you?
No, it's my job. Why don't you do your job and tell me. Answer my questions.
You're not gonna believe me if I told you.
Try me.
Try me.
Hey, put that door back. Put that door back up. Wait!
Poor officers have to die so many times for the game. What if I do it now? Is it even possible? Where's the car key again? Run!
Where in the hell you think you're going to, son?
I don't know. I think I'm missing something here. No, I can't. What the fuck is wrong with you? Hey, wait, check. No. Vroom. It's my turn, boy. Vroom, bitch. Bitch! I have a driving license. Get the fuck out of here. Oh shit, where'd you come from? Thanks. That's kind of funny. Oh, you're teaching me how to drive? Oh shit.
Let's finish this, you and I.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take you for a ride. No.
Oh shit. Nice duck. Holy fuck. You're not dead, it's still twitching. I mean, of course he's not dead. 20 bullets on the head and he's not dead. How is this gonna kill him? In game. Alright, don't ban me, Twitch. Oh, it's gonna explode. Nope. Huh. I don't think that's not.
Now look what you done, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, me? Oh! Ay. He's not dead. He's not dead. Like, are you kidding me? I lung guarded him for like 20 times. He's not dead. 20 bullets on the face. He's not dead. What, you think an explosion is... You think an explosion like that small is gonna kill him? No way. It's gonna grab me here. Watch this. I can be a director now. Fuck.
Do I have your attention, boy? You're about to see something wonderful. Oh, fuck!
What the f... Why? 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 He's not dead. We've seen what Mia can do, right? I'm gonna assume this is a similar situation with Mia, question mark? Like, Mia doesn't die when an axe goes through her neck, so... What, you think a gunshot to the head is gonna kill? No way! Oh. Ox statuette. one shotgun shell? One? One? But there's a shotgun in the future, holy shit. And he's gone. Oh, he's not, okay. Do I jump down? Oh shit, strong legs, Ethan. It only opens up this one, but not the one outside. He can grab you out if you're not fast enough. Ah. That was what I figured. I need to wait for him to do like a big move with a big whiff. And then I can rush to the car and get in. And I'm glad I was right too. How funny would it be if a headless guy trying to chase me here? Don't say that. Don't say that. No, don't. I mean, it's Resident Evil. Sky's the fucking limit here we're talking about. Also, this attack is like the funniest one. I'm sorry, but that's so funny. Ooh, okay. I feel slightly less scared now that I have a knife on me. And, well, a gun. Also, this gun looks different from the first one that I used in the attic, right? Well, officer's dead. I'm the only one left. What to do? He's here. Oh, okay. Holy! I thought that bitch. I thought that zombie man crashed through the door or something. Hi, come on, gold. Thanks for the raid. What were you playing? Deadlock? Isn't Deadlock the Steam version of Overwatch? Question mark? Thank you, Cobalt Code. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Also, why did it become not full screen? What happened? Why did it become window? There we go. Thanks for the raid. If you need any post stream, okay, definitely go do them. Very important. I'm playing Resident Evil 7 Biohazard for the first time. I've never been this scared in my entire life, I feel like. This thing? Nice. Shoot me, shoot me. He's here, there, everywhere. Destroy Mr. Everywhere statuette. Oh. Wait. There we go. How's stream going? Extremely terrified. But in a weird way, I'm also having fun. In a very weird way. Another coin. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Did my daddy give you a hard time?
That's your father?
He used to be.
I'm sorry, but he's dead now.
You just might be able to pull this off.
What? Pull what off?
There's something I need you to do, but I can't explain it right now. You may need some sort of keys to do it, but find a way out of the house.
Okay.
I'll be in touch.
So... I think I know who she is. Remember the picture that we saw in the hallway? That has her face all like scratched up? Oh shit. That might be Zoe. Clock pendulum. That's a shotgun, right? Whoa. I don't like that. I guess I need... Okay, so I need another thing that looks like the shotgun as like a decoy? For that to work, I'm pretty sure. It's puzzle time. I don't like puzzles. Chem fluid. Do I have a herb? I do, okay. Gunpowder plus chem fluid for handgun? Oh shit, I didn't know. 3 per stack, okay. That's all it, right? I need a bird statuette. Put an unrelated object on the shadow pinch. Please. The game knows, the game knows. Can I put gunpowder? Clock pendulum? Whoa, even my gun? How about my knife? That's kinda cool. Oh, it's a full newspaper this time. Over 20 missing in 2 years. Captain Howell from State Police told reporters they have started the search for Helen Midkiff, a college student from North Carolina who was traveling in Louisiana. Miss Midkiff hasn't been heard of since the night of the 21st. Reports of missing person in South Louisiana have increased dramatically in the past 2 years. The majority of those missing are tourists and vagrants. What's a vagrant? At least 20 people are thought to have gone missing so far. People suspect foul play and believe there may be a connection between the incidents. Plans are in place to step up local interrogations and increase personnel to further the investigation. Ah, 2016. Holy shit, they really don't want people to get out. What kind of door is that? Clock pendulum. The pendulum take over the living room is written on it. Oh, command. Living room? Oh, there was one. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Get out of the house, get the shotgun. Maybe the clock can... Maybe the clock can provide a decoy for me to get the shotgun? I guess I have to go there and check. It's best to be careful. Still don't know if that thing is dead, honestly. I don't... you know, despite his head being blasted off, also, this must be Zoe, right? This one. Would be my guess. Despite that, I don't think he's dead. I can never let my guard down anymore. If you burst through somewhere, I'm gonna shit my pants being that, and you're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it, not me. Well, I hate it too, but still. Alright, let's get in here and save. Maybe I should bring along the gunpowder. Never know when I'm gonna get a chem fluid, right? Chem fluid produces handgun ammo, which could be very valuable. Like very, very valuable, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's go to the living room. I cannot help but notice where's the grandma? Wasn't the grandma? No, no. I thought something pushed through the garage. Oh fuck. Alright, we good. yeah, grandma is gone. Also, thanks for the 10 bits wherever you are. Oh, he's here. Are you here? Are you here? Where are you? Are you friendly? Aha. Yep. Oh, shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh. Man, that was such a good... Hi, Bree! Such a good dive back to horror for Resident Evil. I know a variety of people didn't like the FPS aspect of it, but I think they did so good with being spoopy. Yeah. I mean, I don't play a lot of Resident Evil. I played 6, I played 2 Remake, I played 4 Remake. All were fun, right? But I feel like this one, 7, might be the scariest one I played. The pacing is not as actiony, right? The pacing is pure scary. You know what I mean? Like the games that I mentioned, 6, 2 Remake can be a little bit less action as well, but still. They really nailed it. Yeah, exactly. They're playing pure atmosphere in 7. No sound, no music, no like intense music, just you, the ambience, and the environment. That's it. That's Resident Evil 7. So far, at least from what I've seen, and were you the one that got... Okay, you must be the one that got Jeremy. Jeremy? Uh-huh. Get 3 dog heads and open the door to the yard. 3 dog heads. There's 3 dog heads? Oh god. I like when you got your whole ass hand chainsawed off the start. Yeah, that was crazy. I remember spending about 2 hours. Oh. Hi. Lockpick. A tool for opening simple locks breaks easily? I can't believe I missed that. Like when the action comes in, it's also very crazy as well. Like the fight against Jack was pretty wild, I would say. Jack is nuts, yeah. It's my time to drive. Use a lockpick to open up something. Oh, free! Oh my god, free first aid, mate. The car section was crazy. And then when Jack burst in flames, it's not even enough to kill him immediately. I know in this and it took me a while to remember blocking, save so much damage. Yeah, I got lucky because at the start of the game I keep doing this the entire game because I was so scared. And then I've been told that this is blocking. It's like, yeah, I now I know this is blocking because I'm scared, so I'm just doing this. Doing this the entire first section. Louisiana people are built different. It's not the scared one, it's a block one. Yeah, but still, it blocks the vision, it helps. That clock pendulum gave me a dog head. I guess I have to find like some sort of a more on the way. Over 20 missing in 2 years. More on the way is fucked up. Ghost sighted in Bayou. Bayou? You got a dog head, now you're werebold? I guess I could be a werebold for October. The painting named Sky Hunter. It depicts a dog looking out and barking. That's not it. Just got like a PNG of a dog and put it in PNG. I'm sure the first 8 chemicals seems right. Chips, Louisiana. Ooh, is that a shark? That's a shark. Oh my god. I want to eat that chip. No? Oh. Fine. I couldn't aim the gun, Mama. Are you gonna jump scare me? Hello? How are you here? Wait, you were at the kitchen. I'm looking away. I'm so far away right now. Hello? I guess you're an EP. No, you're not. Wait, your eyes are open. Hello? Maybe you need some help, question mark? Oh, I don't like you being there. Yeah, she's following me around. Oh, I hate that. I also don't like that door. What's wrong with that door? We got those over the US. Really? All your doors have that weird marking there? I don't believe that. No. No. Evelyn. May 2nd, 2014. Totally, I guess. We got more new people. Is this wood being taped up like this? No, that's a snake. Oh my god, that's a snake. You never lied? That is true. Bree never lies. Kitty. I love this attack. Oh. Oh. Alright, you better not hurt me, Grandmama. Maybe it's Daddy's hobby? Who the fuck? Can I just jump down from here? I mean, it's probably gonna hurt, but... Eee! I hear talking. Who's talking?
Your manners, my friend, in her face. Don't care. Damn it. Except open my home. Done to deserve this.
Oh.
You. I know you were.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Hi, Dragon Colony. That's a lot of nails. Lucky. Oh. There's a shotgun in another room. Got him. Marguerite? Marguerite? Move that piece of shit hippie we caught in from the hall to the processing area. Hippie? Are you crouching because you are scared or because you are seeing... You're seeing knife from the height of a kobold? Maybe a little bit of both? Okay, I'm just absolutely terrified. Is there a jump scare? Good. Good. Okay. October 2nd? Reports say a storm is coming. I had a lot of trouble cleaning up after the last one a few years back. I guess it's time to reinforce the windows and shore up the roof. Maybe I'll get Lucas to help. The water is finally receded. Oh, it's after 7 days. The house is alright, but the old house was badly damaged. Lucas is making a fuss about a huge ship that's washed up in the bayou. If that's true, I better report it to the parish. A huge ship washed up in the bayou? What's a bayou? Oh my god, that's a huge book. Oh. Oh, thanks. Don't do it, I have a knife. Yeah. Okay, gunpowder, thank you. Mia? I mean, we have a tape player. I cannot move. Mia, Ethan, please watch this. Mia, Winter, old house. Hello?
Ethan, if you find this, I know I can't expect anything from you. Not after what happened. After what I did. But I just want you to know that wasn't me. I don't know what happened. There's so much that you need to know.
There you are! You gave us quite a scare, young lady.
Oh shit, I'm playing.
Catch me again.
Run!
A body of water typically found in a flat, low-lying area. It may refer to an extremely slow-moving stream, river, often with a poorly defined shoreline, marshy lake, wetland, or creek. They typically contain brackish water highly conducive to fish life and plankton. Bayous are commonly found in the Gulf Coast region of the southern United States, especially in the Mississippi River Delta, though they also exist elsewhere.
A body of water typically found in a flat, low-lying area. I think I know what it means, but at the same time, I think I don't know what that means. Stop video? Bayous are synonymous with like Louisiana, Mississippi. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck? Oh, I hate that. Alabama? Places like that in the US. Oh shit. What is this? No. I'm not scared. Fuck you. I'm not scared. Bitch. You think you can just like blow out the candles and make me scared? No. No. You think I'm scared like that? Nah, fuck you. You're gonna blow out that one, right? Huh? You're gonna blow out that one? Huh? Oh, you think you're scary? Huh? Little bitch. Little shit. Little shithead. Well, you think blow out candles is... Oh! No. Okay.
I am sick and tired over being sick and tired of your bullshit.
I need to hide.
Uh.
I need to hide.
Whoa! What the fuck?
You've been a bad girl!
What do you mean hide? Holy shit, that grandmama actually sprinted like a fucking 100 meters sprinting. She would win like first place. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm extremely scared. Like I'm a very scaredy. Find things to hide behind to avoid Marguerite. So that grandmama's name is Marguerite? But the door is locked behind me now.
I am sick and tired over being sick and tired.
You know, it'll be funny if this works, honestly.
I need to hide. I need to hide.
I'm hiding.
What have I done to deserve this except open my home and feed you? I don't understand you at all. This is a gift.
I think so. Fuck, 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 fuck. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yo, yo, yo. Na 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 na. It's okay. It's okay. The game cannot hurt me. The game cannot hurt me. It's fine. It's fine. Also, hi, Solid. I can't forget the heart attack. If I'm at my limit, I'll stop. It's okay. Alright, okay.
Has seen more than you can imagine.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Just don't understand? Or is it that you just don't care? I know you and Zoe are plotting. I know you. Think I don't know what you want to do with that boy, Ethan?
I don't know. I think I'm dead, no? She has the lantern.
No, don't come over here.
Uh-oh, GG. Oh no! Yee!
You've been a bad girl!
But you shouted, don't move! Of course I had to move! Is it because I moved that one bit? I hate it when she just stood there looking at me. She just standing there menacingly looking at me. So what I do, huh? X to turn yourself around quickly. hide behind to avoid Marguerite. So do I not look at her? Is that what the game is implying?
This house has seen more than you can imagine. And it matters. You just don't understand? Or is it that you just don't care?
I mean, she looks there, right? What if I stay here? Right?
I know you and Zoe are plotting. I know you were scared. Think I don't know what you want to do with that boy, Ethan?
Kobo streaking 5. Ooh, thank you, Sola. I'm scared.
No, don't come over here.
Oh, fuck. She doesn't look here? If she looks here, I don't know what to do. Am I safe? Is it okay to move now? Oh no! She
I'll
gone?
feed you to my babies and fertilize the garden with what was left.
Me, I can do this too.
We open our home. We open our hearts. And what do you do?
I don't know if I can move. Oh, I think she went away. So, what's my goal here actually? Let's wait for a bit, right? What's with this? Can I go back again? Don't get caught by Marguerite, and that's it, right? But what's the ultimate goal? Oh, okay. Oh my god, Sputter. fuck. Time to run, time to run. She's gonna appear here, I feel like. La, 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 la. I'm not listening. La, 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 la. Boop, 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 boop. La, 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 la. I don't know what's happening. La, 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 la. I'm not listening. La, 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 la. Need to jump scare me. I don't care. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. I'm making noises. La, 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 la. I'm not scared. You are. La, la, la. I'm not scared. La, la, la. Isn't this where that little girl was?
She loves you. She wants us to be a family, goddammit. You!
Whoa, she's sprinting.
You've been a bad girl!
Shut the fuck up. Who knew you're just gonna appear like that? You Kobo like spinning. Hide behind, huh?
She loves you. She wants us to be a family, goddammit. You! All you have to do is accept her fucking gift! We love you! Why can't you see that? Embrace us! You think little Evie's gonna put up with your shit forever, bitch?
Whatever, bitch.
I am through playing games with you! You hear me? You hear me? You hear me?
I think I do. With how loud you're shouting, I think I cannot help but hear you.
There are unknowns here, and you are not paying fucking attention!
I hate this shit so much, brother. Am I supposed to do something? Stop throwing a tantrum, you fuck. Why do you keep spinning this place? Just go away. I might have to do something here. She stops here for a long while. So what do I do when she stops there? It looks like she's looping now, right? Yeah, she's looping. So I guess I have to sort of sneak my way there? Oh, she blind.
No! You don't fucking trying to escape your shadow flame! There's no way out of there, Missy! Ah!
Uh-oh. I'm dead.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, disgusting. Hey, walao eh. fucking smooch. Walao, you don't just kiss someone so close like that, you little shit. Walao. Ethan watch this video be like, who? Why is Mia spinning there for like 10 years? Holy shit. Hi, Akko. Welcome, welcome. Benny Hill.
Why did they do to me?
Hope Akko is doing good. I'm sure that's not loud at all. Good. I'm keeping the chem fluid for now, I guess. Oh, wait, I'm back here again. I have 2 heads, right? Okay, so 2 head. It says I need 3 heads, right? Find the processing area entrance. I kinda want to make some handgun ammo actually. Oh, it's a little bit too much. Oh no. That means we're well off, right? There's a marking on that thing. Grandma was here, right? What if Grandma is not here anymore, huh? Oh, she's still there. What do I do here? What's the processing room? Yeah. Oh, hey. Processing area entrance. Recreation room? This place is kind of a loop here now. Unless I can go down from there. Looks possible to me. I guess now we have to deal with the Marguerite, right? Now we're gonna deal with her. Right, here we go, I guess. Oh, you know, this brings me back. Maybe I should bring a full set of first aid med. Yeah. Somehow I feel like first aid med is a lot more valuable, question mark? No, I cannot say that. I need guns to survive. I have enough first aid med, let's put this in. I mean, I could use her by itself. It's not going to be the best, but it is something that I can think of, right? Something that I can use. So maybe I should keep that in mind. I can use gunpowder on its own, but I can use herb on its own. Alright. Where else can I go, actually? I don't know if I'm trying to hide from someone currently. I mean, this leads to the laundry room. Maybe I missed something here, question mark? No. I mean, I'm not hearing Marguerite as well, so get up. Get up. Thank you very much. Is there a way I can get the shotgun? So it's not here. I mean, honestly, speaking of my own character, right? Ethan. How is Ethan human as well? You know what I mean? Ethan got chainsawed, and then his hand got stapled back. And somehow that hand has nervous system that Ethan can control that hand after getting like chopped off. I just don't think that's possible for a normal human being. Maybe it's like a game setting, I guess, but I don't know. Everything feels so like deliberate. No, I don't know what's the word for it. It feels so like everything feels so detailed. I feel like they're not gonna just be like, oh, there's no explanation to one particular thing that we don't explain, something like that. It's hard to say, I'm not too sure. Oh! Oh, it is 3 dog head. Oh, I need one more, okay. One more is there, but I don't really have a thing that looks like a bird. Maybe I do? Drugs are crazy. Pretty sure he's actually not. Do you think he's not actually? Like he's already part mold or WE? Mold? Maybe he's already part Zombo? Oh, whatever. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, Marguerite did mention something about Evelyn. They talk about it in the games eventually, so no need to worry. Ooh, okay. Oh, that makes me want to play the game more, even though I'm absolutely horrified. I think first things first is to find something for the shadow picture. Must have missed something around, I guess. Confederate Shrine? Confederate? Yeah, this room. But there's nothing I can use on it. Oh my god, don't do that! Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Hello.
Oh my god.
And welcome.
Oh, I saw the raid. Green Hornet, hi. Green Hornet Varix raid. Ooh, Derg? Oh my god, we got Derg. Fire Owl 420? Hell yeah, thank you. Welcome. That's a lot of dragon. Wait. Green Hornet is a dragon? Oh my god, I like dragons so much. Welcome in, raiders. Kobold? Heck yeah. I'm a kobold. Welcome in, raiders. What were you playing? Just chatting? Ooh. Did you do anything else before the just chatting? Or did you have a good time with just chatting? What's up? I've been lurking a lot in your other streams, but love your Blender art too. Oh, you saw my Blender art? Oh no. I'm glad you've been lurking and also love my art as well. Oh my god. Thank you. Backrooms escape together, devour and peek. Oh, all of the multiplayer games. Heck yeah. Well, I'm glad it was fun. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Love your accent. Oh. Oh my god, thank you. I'm a Blender 3D artist too. I make my own stuff. Oh. Animations though. I can't make models like you do. I can never understand how to make animations. But anyway, I've been on edge for like 4 hours now. I've been so tense throughout the entire session of Resident Evil 7. I couldn't really handle horror games, but this one kind of kept me going because the story good. The story good. I'm a dragon. Am I a dragon? I know Solo's a dragon. One of my nicknames is also Dragon. Fire Owl? Ooh, nice. I like Dragon. I met you a while ago from Celeste. She raided you one day and... Oh, heck yeah. I'm just glad that people like what I do sometimes. Just everyone here basically hyper-focus on one part of Blender. I'm good at making materials. Ooh. Materials. Oh, like for... I don't know. Is making materials something like UV painting, texturing, something like that? The blab. Oh, a dragon blab is so good. It's a green dragon, green Varix. I like dragon. UV painting, you do too? Oh my god. I don't think I can do UV painting. I know how to do very bare bones basic UV unwrapping, and then I just do texturing on Substance Painter. Oh, that's your dragon? Oh my god. Many dragon here. Whoop. I know what to do. As a kobold, I have to follow Derek's. Brought a few dragons with you too? Heck yeah. They goes, I'll do texture paint and just draw on the model itself. Yeah, I heard about that, but it's so difficult. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh, that uses 15 bits. Oh, thank you for the 15 gems. I shall follow you back then. Heck yeah, thank you.
Hello. And welcome.
Thank you, Tekken. Also, as this is my first time playing Resident Evil 7, I am absolutely terrified. I play this game slow as hell. It's still, despite everything, I am still kind of enjoying the game in a very weird way, I guess. I'm also a dragon. I know Peter is a dragon. Also, with the accent thing, I guess English is not my first language. That's why, you know, I'm Chinese. I'm from Malaysia. 我华人呢. Umbre wants me to animate his one model. It's not a dragon, but I'm so busy making the content. Oh yeah, that's understandable. Making other content, so many contents that needs to be made. Well, thanks again for the Green Hornet. But of course, if you need any like post-stream care, like get some food, get some drink, get some rest, definitely go do them. Very important. I don't think I'm missing anything. Wait, don't I have a lockpick? Oh, not anymore, I guess. That lockpick only good for one. Good for one thing. That's it. Oh. And the rig? Oh my god, rig? I cannot do rig. I only know how to do them again with the basic like bare bones kind of thing. Umbre is good with models and rigs, not me though. Yeah, I only know all the like the basic bare bones stuffs that I can do so that I can make my own model. Right, I make my own like snake, I make my own kobo, my own cryptid, my own dragon as well. Weird, maybe something in the garage? I mean, I haven't gone to the garage for a while. I might have missed something in the garage, maybe. So you were working on a 3D model the other day? Ooh. I'm glad. Are you not dead? Of course he's gone. Of course he's gone. Like, am I even surprised anymore? That bitch has his head exploded and still not dead. Yeah, he's gone. Jack's gone. Fun. Love this game, beat this game many times. Whoa. Holy shit, are you not scared? I am scared as fuck. To be fair, I'm a huge scaredy cat. I'm not good with horror games. So yeah. Scary, but you will love it. I was pouring anything for you though. Oh, thank you. Thanks for keeping it blind from me. Processing area in an entrance. Am I gonna get grabbed here? I'm not getting away. Let's go. Oh yeah, anyone can fish. Fish has a 69-second cooldown. Maybe I can go here. Guess not. Strong legs, Ethan. Oh yeah. One saw, 4 ropes, and 20 pet collar. And bitch is crazy having 20 pets. I mean, I guess 20 dogs. Maybe they're like a dog or cat lover. Ooh. Bleh. Bleh. April 25th. Male 30s lean. Gumbo. Oh my god. Gumbo? Gumbo? Hmm? 50s meaty saute. Oh wait, that's East right? Saute. Saute. A gumbo. Male 20s portly. Wait, what the fuck? Are they cook? They are cooking people. Oh nah, that's fucked up. What's saute though? Holy fucking shit, they're cooking people. Oh, you know Brecky? Heck yeah. Brecky, very nice Tekken. Hmm? Evelyn? What for? Grandma's room, kids' room, master bedroom, storage. Oh wait, this is the shotgun area. Yeah, that's the main hall. I guess they want to make full use of their human resources. Probably, but still, that's so fucked up. Met Brecky months ago from Tremor Winter. Oh, Dragon. It's less than niche. Love his on streams too. But seen some other fun games they've done too. And gosh, Brecky does really good art. Something here? Something? That I can take maybe? Could there be another lockpick that I can use around here? Lockpick? Stinky? I feel like Bullet is so scarce here. Do you have extra lockpicks? Guess not. Gosh, I don't know if I'm still like trying to hide from someone, but I'm so afraid of just like standing upright and walk around. So scary. Jack and Marguerite, 25th wedding anniversary. Such an interesting name too. I don't think I've seen someone named Marguerite. Marguerite. They look so nice in the picture. And then they're just crazy trying to kill people here. Bread. I must have missed something. Hi, Donnie. Oh, thanks for hecc. Never forget amazing and loved. I'll try to keep that in mind. Thank you, Donnie. Donnie's also amazing and loved. Considering that Donnie always makes me remember to love myself more. Do I have an item that I can do like this? What is this gunpowder? Weird. Maybe there's something in my storage that I stored? Also, welcome Donnie. Hope Donnie's doing good. Let me go check my storage to see if there's anything like sus that I need those things. Did I just hear talking? It's a bird, but it's not this bird. Nothing on this as well. So that means I'm definitely missing something. Is the kobold pickable? This kobold always craves uppies, if that's what you mean. Uppies very, very good. Kobold is very equipable. Trying to equip a kobold. I guess a drake can equip a kobold easily, no? I love being a kobold. Being small is nice too. Kobo is amazing. In fact, I can prove it. Watch this. Summon the jutsu. Uh-oh. Real summon the jutsu? Oh my god, horse dragon. Oh my god, Donnie. And hi Celeste. Ooh, more techno. Hi Celeste. Hi Donnie. Horse dragon, right? More dragon? Oh my goodness. You're everywhere now? Heck yeah. Dragon, big dragon can be anywhere. Hi again, Sola. Here, let me do this. I'm gonna hack in nom the kobold? Oh god. Well, I do like staying in mall. Not getting eaten though. They were all totally watching my stream and I didn't get raided by Celeste right at the end, I swear. Hug kobold? Heck yeah, I like being hugged. I actually didn't see what you were doing. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Red. Oh, I think I finished that one. I think I did. Gonna head out now. Have fun. Thank you, Celeste. And thanks for stopping by. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Also, that's a dragon, right? Now I have to do it. Oh my goodness, dragon. Also, welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tira. I have to. There's so many dragons here. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. Oh no. Oh no. It's the toad. Oh my god. It's the toad. Oh. Okay, I forgot. I forgot how funny this shit is. Gosh, I can headbang to this shit. Oh, I need to remind myself to put in more Toad Sings. Oh, I love Toad Sings so much. Ooh, wait, Toad Sings no, it's not Last Christmas. I forgot those were a thing. Squeeze the combo? Oh my god, I've been squeezed. Love being so easy to entertain. Loud noises are hilarious. Sometimes they are, yeah. Gonna hold the bolt and pet them watching games. Oh my god, heck yeah. Squeeze. I can sing this song in a Toad voice, just not the highest notes. Yeah, maybe don't. We must preserve the vocal cords, yeah. Thanks again for the raid, Horse Dragon. If you need any post-stream care, right? Get some rest, get some drink, get some food. Very, very important. I'm here being stuck because I'm not too sure what I'm missing. So I'm trying to find the things. Just don't know. Aftercare important. Always take care of yourself after any sort of strenuous endeavor such as streaming. Very, very important. Chewing on the snake. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bye-bye, Breen. after strenuous activities such as making a phone call or talking to someone you don't. You know, honestly, there's just something about staying inside a dragon's maw. Feels really nice. Maybe it's just a kobold brain talking here, but it's nice, I like it. I don't think I see anything that I can interact with anymore. Unless grandmama can give me something. Nibble kobold? Heck yeah. Nibble is okay. Having a meltdown because I've been off work for almost a month and I haven't forgotten the concept of time. Ooh. Time isn't real and neither am I. Donnie is in your imagination. Isn't that like the best kind of imagination? Because Donnie is just so amazing, no? Boop. What? Kinda lost here. Grandmama, can you tell me something? What do I do? What do I do? Grandmama, help me, grandmama. Himbo Gryphonoid in your chair giving back rubs and cheese snacks. I'll be happy for that. Preferably rat stacking rats on brain. Rat cute. Don't do that. Oh, are there actually people chasing me or some shit? Shoot it. Cannot just shoot it? Wow. Wait, have I not been here ever? Wait, I've not been here. Am I stupid? Wait a minute. Oh, that looks ominous though. What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh, I don't like this place. I've been so scared of being blind. Honestly, yeah. That's why the game lasts 10 times as long when I play a horror game. Oh. Oh, I feel like something is here. scared. I'm gonna make combo noises now. I'm not scared. Oh, ooh, get me out. The fuck is that? Oh, do I have to explore this place? I mean, I don't see anything. Okay. Oh, there's something, there's something. I don't like this, please. I don't like this, please. Cut everything. Ooh, ammo. Hell yeah. I don't like this place. I don't like this place. What did it like? What did it like? No. Ooh, sneaky coin. Okay. Minor mouse. Hi. I'm not scared. Holy shit! The amount of toilet paper is here. Do I have to interact with this fucking shit water? Yeah, 妈的，肮脏的要死！搞什么怪啊？谁要看这种东西哦？嗨呀！What's the point? Is there something in there? I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Nope, 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 nope. Something's coming. Oh! Apaka? Apaka? Oh! It's a disgusting mess of God knows what. Do we have a Malay speaker here? Wow! Hi, Sorrow. Lurky, good luck, spooky game. Thank you, Sorrow. Thanks, Relic. I feel like something's gonna happen. I'm not afraid of you. Come on, bitch. Hit me. Hit me. I'm here. Oh! I didn't. Oh, what the fuck?
Heck of a thing, ain't it? Sure shit beats the hell out of dying.
Hi.
My little girl has given us a gift.
No! Get fucked. No! No! Where am I going? I don't know. Wee! Oh, I need to shut up. Right, I need to shut up. Oi, 怎么敢？妈鸡巴，一都是吓死我！嘿，妈的你！不要不要不要不要！我坏死了这个人！妈鸡蛋的，你要吓死人也不是这样吗？搞什么鬼那是？走啊走啊 ！Close the door, thank you very much. Can you open this door? Whoa!
Which in a word means you're fucked.
Am I fucked?
Hello, and welcome.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Grandmama? Where is the grandmama? Silvanos, thank you.
Hello.
Yep. My name was thank you, so thank you, thank you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, shut up, shut up, shut up. Okay. No, run. Okay. Walao? No, I'm Chinese. 我是华人. Oh, I'm from Malaysia. If that piece of shit is still here, I don't know what to do. What? 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 What?
Here, piggy, piggy, piggy.
Maybe I have to kill him again.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
Yeah, I know you are. Come up here then, idiot. Stupid ass. Ooh. Malaysian yippee? Heck yeah. It's nice to see another like Malaysian friend. Satu bangsa.
Okay, have it your way.
You're blind? You have good hearing, but you're blind? If he's in the camp there, he's actually camping there. I guess I can sort of maybe stun him after that. Oh, I forgot to mention this, but Sylvanos looks cool, by the way. The Pokemon, right?
This is all too fun.
See, you're just camping there. I have to kill you, I guess. Bitch. Bitch. Oh. Don't do it! 哇，撈你啲朵啊！不要！ Bitch, 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 eat shit, eat shit, eat shit, eat shit.
Oh, no, 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 no. Now you get it.
Okay, maybe this. Run. Close the door. Thank you very much. Close the door. Thank you very much. Go 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 go. What? What the heck? What the heck? Oh. Okay. How many shot? A lot. Never was a good shooter. I guess we should call him Jake Baked because he got baked in that car.
This shit?
I don't know if you ask me. Something's gonna happen. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Nope, 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 nope. He's gonna grab me. Jack always does that. Jack is nuts. Jack is nuts. I don't like Jack. Fucking Jack. Don't do it. Okay, we're good. Why is there another abandoned toilet over there? What the hell? Oh, this place is charred. Nice, thank you for the air. Use psychostimulants to find items. Ooh. I guess I can use this. Combine more ammo. Ammo good. Yeah. It's giving me quite a bit of ammo here. Should I be scared? I probably should. Ooh. Oh. Ah. Get stabbed. Oh. Wait, did I put in this? Okay, yeah. I thought I was big brain there. Looks like a kid drew it. Looks about right. Oh. Ooh! Ooh. Making item detection easier. What the fuck? No, looks like there's something in there. I guess burning it sounds good. Yeah, health still looks good. Still excellent. Bunyan meal? You. I don't think that's a meal of any sort. Just stick your hand in the mold. No fucking way. Huh. Well, that chair looks ominous. I mean, mushrooms are good for eating. I mean, even if I want to, the game doesn't allow me to do it. No! No, I'm not doing it. Oh. Vacationing husband and wife. The husband was a success. He's the 12th? Unfortunately, the wife was no good, so we just get rid of her. Excuse me? 3 college girls, and they're all rotten. Lucas is a damn idiot. Homeless man. Turned in 3 days. He's the 13th. Oh, what the heck? Not so familiar name like Graf and Chew. Which Chew? I mean, I know Graf. Super Mario? Beep, 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 beep. Thanks for the follow. Super Mario? Oh my god. Oh, this place fucking sucks. I have a gun. I have a knife as well. I bet this whole house smells really good, by the way. Yeah, I never thought about that. This house smells heavenly, I'm sure. Not at all. Damp and stale and rotten. Yeah, I went to for 2024. And 2023, but not this year. Too tight. So I'm skipping this year. I'm gonna save up for more money so that I can go there next year.
What the?
Oh! Oh! Your average... Nah! Holy shit! Oh my god. Swing your arms from side to side. Come and let's go do the Mario? Okay, that must be a very good music, but I don't know what that is. Sorry. I'm surprised we never met. Oh, maybe we do. Maybe? I mean, I have my desktop. I can show you my desktop so that maybe you know who I am. Give me a second. That's me. Maybe you forgot? Probably. I mean, I don't recognize your name. Swing your backwards from side to side. You know, if I have my 3D model, I could do that. It is from an old show called the Super Mario Show. There's a thing called Super Mario Show? Holy shit, crazy. We met? Oh no, I don't recognize the name. Oh, I feel bad. I feel bad. Oh no. Oh, thank you. That suit is now 12 years old this year. 12 years old. Oh, crazy. I'm old. Holy shit. But you're like 14? Ooh. I'm 7. What do you mean? But shut up, I'm not baby. On several occasions in both years? Oh shit. I didn't know that. See, now that I'm a kobold, a lot of people doesn't know me, so I'm going undercover. Well, not that I have a kobold suit anyway. It is a thing that I want to get in the future, so I'm so bad at remembering names and stuff. I'd be like, oh sorry, but people recognize me. Yeah. I feel bad for not remembering people as well. Okay. Oh nah, what is this? Do you recall any mouse at all? From Facebook I recognize one mouse, yeah. Or I remember one mouse from Facebook. If you know my Facebook, I think I know who you are. Oh, I can kind of guess. Oh, this one came out? No. Oh yeah? Nothing? Why is there suddenly encoding overloaded? The game loaded in something. The game loaded in something. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no.
You. Finally awake.
I need to use that bucket and hide. Don't do it. I'm on to you. Okay. Safe place? Dear Courtney, those bastards are looking for me, but maybe this gives you a chance to escape. To escape, you have to find the reliefs shaped like dog heads. I saw one of the heads in the dissection room underground. Get it? It's the key out of here. I think I know what that... yeah, I just need one more dog head. Something's wrong with me. It must be that shit they made me eat. if I'm gonna die, I would at least like to go out fighting. I'm gonna get a hold of that shotgun I saw in the rec room and make them regret what they did to me. You need to get out of here. I love you, Courtney. Love, Travis. Oh. Oh, that's bad. What? Ammo good? That looks good. Okay, at least we can save. Thank you. Oh wait, no, I think... I'm just looking at Facebook for a bit. Yeah, there's only like one mouse that I recognize. Well, not recognized in real life, but I recognize the name? Question mark? Okay, I already saved. It's good to know there's a safe place, eh? Do they draw? They do. Rarely, but they do. Oh, I have to go to the basement? Let me check. I don't know if that art style fits though, question mark? Not too sure. I cannot be 100% sure. Oh, red color? Oh, not really. The mouse that I recognize is orange, almost like the one you posted just now, the email. Oh no, I hate this place. But basements can be a bit scary sometimes. Yeah, I know. Oh, what is all these goopy shit? Don't do it. I'm on to you. Any one of you is gonna... Are you gonna appear? I'll shoot you. If we're playing heat or cold, you're in the lava pool. Then... does your Facebook name start with a... S... Sa... something? Something. I'm not gonna... Of course I'm not gonna say the name out. I don't want to dox people. Okay. I got it. Okay. Then I know who you are. Oh, thank goodness I recognize. Oh, yeah? Oh. Holy damn, handgun strong. I think they're dead. Okay, they're not that scary. Liking Cobalt more now? Yeah, it's mostly because I like dragons way too much. And I think a Cobalt fits me a lot more. But of course I'm not like abandoning my original first character. It's just I'll refer myself more towards a Cobalt now. No. Oh shit. Fucking rubber man. Holy shit, this guy is resilient. Lucas, I caught the guy who keeps trying to escape. I've locked him up in the leftmost incinerator so he can't get away again, and take him up when he's ready. You know how to open the door, don't you? Just remember, 3 A's and a handprint. Do what you want with this girl. What? Oh, there's nothing here. Either because it's a smaller dragon or because they serve dragons. Exactly. Both. I just like being a kobold so much these days. Oh, these years actually. Nice. Oh, I still think if some of you just like wakes up. I'm seeing a lot of blood on my screen. Is that normal? I don't think that's normal. The blood doesn't dissipate. The blood doesn't disappear. But I'm still green, so I'm okay. 3 A's and a handprint. Handprint? Handprint? William? Sean? Sean, I mean, why not just open up all of them, right? I think I have enough bullets to take care of them. Unless one of them is Jack, then. If one of them is Jack, then I'm dead. How funny would that be, though? Yeah. Oh, chair. Oot. A and a handprint. That's my SPM result. I don't think I did SPM. I had UEC though. Ooh. Something's gonna jump up here. Don't do it! Hiya! No way. Tamara. Three A's and a handprint. Oh, are you you are Sean, right? 3A, Tamara, William, handprint, Nara. All of them have A though. What the heck? Oh, maybe 3A. No, this only has 2A. Oh, 3A and a handprint, so meaning one name has 3A. Don't you dare. You wanna do this, huh? I have a fucking gun. Oh, no! I don't want to be here anymore. Okay, we good. Uh-oh. Did it just kills me outright? My leg! What the fuck? Did you just get my leg? What to do? Use it! Yeah! What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's what I just said, bitch! Run! Water! Ay, 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 ay. Now wait just a goddamn second. Oi! Stop moving! Oh, get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. Just gonna make sure. Jack can chop your leg off earlier, but never seen it get hacked off here. Oh, hey, I did something new. You would never guess Kobo plays Counter-Strike. I do. I totally do. Oh, I'm yellow now. I would never guess Kobo plays CS. Yeah, I'm so bad. Look, in CS Premier rank, I'm like 3k. 3k, 3k. Okay. Oh no, I think I dropped to 2.9k a few days back. Man, I almost used up all my bullets too. Unlocked from the other side. But that's a very interesting door. At point blank too. Look, 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 look. And that thing was moving a lot. I couldn't even shoot them. Wait, what? No, actually, don't look. No, wait. Actually, look. Don't look. Okay, give me a second. It's getting really dark here. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Okay. I'm muck. At least my eyes doesn't hurt as much. Oh, something's there. I'm not looking. No, 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 no. I'm not looking. Actually, I'm looking. I'm not looking anymore. You want fight? You want fight? Processing area map. Oh wait, I'm in the processing area now. Get the dog's head from the dissection room. Strong first aid. Strong recovery medicine completely restores health. Holy. Can I? Oh, hello. I'm the best. Oh, I don't like that place. More meat. Holy fucking shit. Scorpion key? Oh! No. No, 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 no. What? Oh. I hate you, I hate you. You came from here? Oh no! Okay, I'm almost out of bullet. This is really bad. They cover the faces too. They're scared. I'm more scared than them. Oh, 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 wow. Okay, I know where this is. That's the I came from there. Maybe something's here. I mean, I got the scorpion key. Chem fluid. Let's make more bullet. I need more bullet. Don't do it. I'll shoot you. I kill. I've gun. And a knife. Mm. Mm. Oh, it's a psychostimulants again. Oh, yo. Hell yeah, but I can use the shotgun though. I cannot get that shotgun, I'm gonna get locked in. Oh, this is snake. This is snake lock. I guess I have to go back. I know there's a few doors that require scorpion key. Does that mean I have to deal with Jack again? Oh, man. Am I gonna waste my bullets again? Oh, man. Ooh. I mean, at least it's not actually wasting bullets, right? I hope you guys are not feeling too nauseous for me just nervously looking around all the time. Hmm? Oh yeah. Dissection room. Have we been to the dissection room? I don't think so. Workshop. Oh, that's a dissection room. Wait, from incinerator to boiler to dissection. Oh wait, I can go there. Oh wait, okay, let me go down again. I didn't save. No, always safe when there's a chance to. Alright, I'll play a little bit more. I want to know more about the story now. This is so cool. So they're not even turning into zombies, they're turning into whatever that average stinky incinerator room. So if I go to here, the heck? Oh yeah, I never been to the store yet. Oh, ugh, I hate these things. It's even worse when anything's gonna jump out at me at any second anywhere. That's the worst part. Oh. Don't you fucking dare. Nice. Oh shit. Maybe I could wait until they're point blank so that I can take my shot. And save some bullet as well. Oh nah. Save some bullets, she says. Save some bullets, she says. With the point blank shot, I swear to God. I have this, so I don't think... Dang kush? What's a dang kush? Ooh! Stop moving! Things got personal. Yeah, you better, you bitch, wasting so much of my bullet. Was that in game? Was that explosion in game or something? Weed? Like a weed joke? Oh dang, Kush is a weed? I didn't know that. Couple squeaking. Oh shit, did I squeak? Oh no. Turns out when I get scared, I also squeak, huh? I guess I need to use my knife more now. Oh no, there's two of them. Oh shit, I took that hit. No, they're so hard to kill. Molded, these creatures are hard to kill. To stop them, you have to either take off their heads or completely tear their bodies apart. Oh wow. I mean, I was going the right way, that's why it's so difficult. Since I don't really have a lot of bullets, I have to make use. Don't use my knife when it's a 1v2, right? It's failed. We use knife when it's 1v1. I think that's manageable. If I can block all the attacks, that's good, right? Alright, let's save some bullet. When it's 1v1, use knife. It's fine. Okay, I think I'm less scared of this place now, I think. Slightly. Slightly. I'm not gonna say too much. Okay, there's handgun ammo there. One will appear here. One there. Shit. Why did the two of them come together? Okay, I don't need to always iron sight. Awaiting squeak number 2. Oh no. Okay, green looking fine. One here, right? Oh, you just hit twice in a row, you bitch. Which one did I use? Okay. R2, you could maybe go for knees and many them while they're down with safe ammo. Never tried that. Muxino? Mozzie is made from Mozino Muxinos? Excuse-moi? What was that? Oh. What is that sound? Okay, let's make a normal first aid mat and use it right away. Okay, we good. Oh, we're so good. Oh, it's a shiny there. Hi, Johnny. And the 5 stream streak. Oh my god. Thank you. Hope Johnny Dark is doing good. Okay, I have some ammo. Kill one, and then we use knife. Ow! What the? I blocked too. Can they open doors? What? Oh no, they can hide or something? Or it deloaded or something. Might have deloaded. Unloaded. Or whatever the word is. You just woke up. Ooh. Hope you have a nice evening. Oh shit, medic. Oh. I'm really bad at shooting. Enhanced handgun ammo. What gives your shot more bite for their buck? Bite for their buck? Night time for me now. I'm a luck and leave you open. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the luck and I hope you have a nice evening. No. I didn't know they want to taste the cobalt that much as well. I cannot believe it. That's so rude too. Alright, let's try once more. Or maybe twice, I don't know. Sometimes 3 shots on the head dies, sometimes it doesn't. It's 3:32 AM. Oh my god, yeah, sleep good, sleep good. Thanks for hanging around, Fire Out. Yeah, very important, must sleep. Okay, if I don't go too far, it's gonna only spawn one. Now we can fight. Okay, still green. I guess I can use one. I mean, I can make one more there. Yeah, let's use one. Apparently putting first aid mat, pouring first aid mat on him. Right, get fucked. Health. Looking good. Huh, maybe using knife is more my thing. That's why I love fighting games so much. Oh shit, I didn't realize they're attacking again. Like, this one's really hard to kill. The previous one was like a lot easier to kill. Weird, right? And then these two is like extremely hard to kill. Ay, 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 ay. I can't use guns. Like, sometimes it's really hard to kill. Use it. Well, 9 bullets left. At least I saved a few by killing the ones at the start. There's one more? Was that schizo? I saw something. Yeah, not schizo. Fuck. Oh, second hit. No more heals. I thought this says boner room. No. Don't forget to try using the stabby melee maybe? Might hurt more. This one? Recovers so slow though. Not really, that one recovers slower. Oh, this one just starts up slower. Okay, I'll try to change my plan with the knives then. Strong chem fluid. Not gonna help when I don't have herbs anymore. It doesn't help when there's like constant blood splatter on my screen as well. Crap. Alright, here we go. Oh, what if there's more? I'll be sleeping soon too. It's 4:40. Oh my god. Well, sleep is good. Time zones, man. Sometimes I feel sad that I'm in like Malaysia. Okay, the game is giving me a lot of shotgun shells, which is not helping. Am I supposed to have a shotgun here? I guess so.
I was gonna be a father.
Oh.
Now she says he will be her father. No. I will find him, and I will make him suffer. And you, my friend, will help me.
You? Who's you? Ooh. I think it's time to run, question mark? Is he coming here? I kind of want to know, but at the same time, I don't want to know. Oh no. It might be that I'm supposed to have a shotgun now. 7 shotgun shells. If I can, I'm gonna go back to my safe spot again. I know this is a lot of like backtracking or something. Since I have a strong chemical fluid, I want to get back to my safe spot, use that herb, and then heal up. Still can't believe how strong that first aid map is. It's only 5:41 AM. Sleepy? No. See? See? This is like so sad that I'm from Malaysia. So many people that I know is watching me from like watching me during midnight and stuff. It's like You know, maybe I should go to a Scorpion Key and get that shotgun, question mark? I mean, there's one Scorpion Key just right outside. That's a Scorpion, right? The only problem is that I don't know where Jack is right now. Right, this brings me here. for, though? There's one more recreation room. I know where that is. It's not this one, that's Snake. I think here's the recreation room. Yes, okay. I mean, over here is a shotgun, so I guess that helps. The fuck? Ah, crap, it's broken. I'm tired of chasing all these shitheads around the yard. The next time one of our guests run away, hide the dog head, leave so they can't get out of the house. Let's have the night this. Living room, grandfather clock, the book in the recreation room, the dissection room in the basement. I mean, I was there. What the heck? Ew. Why am I looking at this? Oh, I need that. More shotgun shells. Dear Mrs. Baker, how have you been feeling recently? It's been a long time since you came in for your last checkup. I'm writing to you that I finished examining your x-rays. Those dark areas in your cranium are fungus-like structures that seem to be related to mold. The hallucinations and noises you said you've been hearing may be related to these growths. Ooh. Big fluffy tackle? If your symptoms are due to a fungal parasite, it must be removed before it's too late. I don't mean to scare you, but I am seriously concerned for your health. And please come to the hospital as soon as you read this letter. As your doctor, I strongly recommend you undergo further tests. Crawford Lung, Dalvey General Hospital. So, I mean, are those the mold that the hospital, that the doctors are talking about? The mold, the fungus. Huh. The shotgun is broken. Where did you find a working one at? Oh, in the big room. The fungus mongus. Amogus? Oh my god, Amogus? Yeah, there's a lot of things to be fished in the fishing pond. Lots of fish, some dragons, some things. Bad time for me. Thanks for the entertainment. This game is fun to play. Keep having fun. Even though I'm slow and very scared, but it is still fun, I would say. Still fun. But yeah, thanks for hanging around, Green Hornet. Haha. I have a shotgun. Oh wow, okay. Okay, let's bring my shotgun bullet. No more herb. Why? I guess it has to be like that. Do a yip? Oh, of course. Hecking yip. Yip for the dirt.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
I guess I'm gonna yip more now. Taking more yip. Very nice, heck yeah. You know, it would be funny if I squeak in this mic. I don't think a shotgun's gonna kill him, but I think a shotgun to the head. A shotgun to the head is gonna get a good done, I feel like. No use in hiding here, I think. Guess if it's squeaking, you're gonna get something... something happens to me that I can squeak. Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I don't know where Jack would be. I don't know why they didn't scare me. Oh my god, is the kobold getting bolder now? I'm the kobold? Actually, no, I don't believe that. Or I can just squeak, I guess. No, I cannot squeak on demand.
Oh yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Oh my god, so
Kobo is
level.
getting a co-what?
Co what? Kobo's getting co what? Kobold. Carbon. I guess I can make more chemical fluid. Nah. Thank you for the 30 gem, Spring.
Oh, I don't like this. This looks like an arena. Damn, I don't like this place. I couldn't get in there? Oh, this is where Jack came from. Oh shit, it's Jack here. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. What do you call it? Oh, I don't like this place. What is this? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm allowed to do that, but I'm sorry. Ethan needed that. Hiya. What's that? Don't know what that is. I feel like Jack's gonna push me off here. And I have to fight them there. I might be a director. This might be what's gonna happen. Maybe? Am I right? I'm probably right. Watch this. Oh no. Oh hey, it's a hit. Yay. Ah, see? I told you! Oh my god, exactly right. I'm the director. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not. Ooh, this gonna hurt.
Big man got himself a gun. How do you say?
No.
It's only one way.
Ooh, I hate that.
Triggers.
Oh, it's gonna be a chainsaw?
Groovy.
That's not groovy.
Ow. Fuck.
Boy, that's a ticket.
Heal! Heal!
That's it.
Shit, I'm out of heals. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Oh, I see myself. Wow, this is really a really tough fight. Did I say groovy? Hilarious Evil Dead reference. Ooh. I love Jack's voice actor. Jack voice actor sounds really nuts, which really fits the Jack character. I like him as well. Don't let Jack's bizarre and deadly weapon intimidate you. Search your surroundings and you might find something to help you hold your own against him. I mean, I got the chainsaw. Even though the chainsaw didn't help much, but it does have a little bit of that thing. 2 heals. I don't know why that's so funny. Yum. The chainsaw juice. Ding. That's a really nice sound.
You ain't getting.
Whoa, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Oi, 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 oi. I think that hurts, but I also don't want to use too much of the shotgun bullet. Maybe I should. I mean, this is kind of a bug. Fuck. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. What are you doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing?
That's not groovy.
That's not groovy. Well said.
Boy, that's the ticket.
I guess too close is really bad as well. Okay, fuck.
That's it.
Thank you, Pillar. Thank you, Pillar. Alright, what's the plan? I don't know. Wait until he's do the big move.
You gon' die.
Guess I'm playing Monster Hunter. Shit, I got greedy. I guess they recover really fast. Okay, keep walking like that. Shit, that was fast. Oh shit. Shit.
You go get it now. You think you're... Triggers!
It's really tough. I mean, to be fair, I'm missing a lot of like shotgun shots. And I'm not exactly with punishing. I'm just sort of gambling. So it's kind of bad. I think the dual wield pipe thing chainsaw has huge recovery. I can sort of abuse that, I think. Gonna use secret? Jack, when I thought Jack was just crazy and not biologically monstrosity, I generally think Jack is just crazy, but I don't know. Also, remember this fight being hard? Yeah, it's really tough. I can see why. And Cobalt gambling? Yeah, I remember playing Cobalt Pit. That was a really good gambling. You can slow Jack down by using the hanging bags to advantage. I think I did that a few times. I should definitely do that more, yeah. Right, here we go again. Yeah, this fight's really tough. When he destroys the pillar, the game knows. I don't know why that's so funny.
I like you for what's on the inside.
What?
That's not groovy.
That's not groovy. Yeah, this move has a lot of like... I don't think it's down. I'm picking my own. Nice, that's one. I missed. Oh. Ooh. Was it a parry? Or did I just... Oh, I misunderstood the attack. No way,
Do me a favor and stay dead.
Oh. That would be a huge favor, holy shit. Did I do it? You know, it's hard to say that he's actually dead, but at the same time... you never know, with these kind of shit, they might just still be alive. It would have been funny if the leg started following you and tried to kick. Yeah, that would be like, that would be very Jack-like. I love learning the game sometimes. It's just a flesh wound. Oh no! Oh man, I'm surprised I learned that quickly. I thought I was gonna die way more than that. I'm glad. I'm glad. See, I just kind of love melee more than... Look, I love melee fights, okay? That's why I love fighting games so much. And I didn't even get this. There's no way he's still alive, right? He just... You're coming to work tomorrow, right? Is wild. Uh-oh. No, my chainsaw. Right, get that ass. Just gonna make sure, right? Just gonna make sure. You never know these kind of things. I don't trust them anymore. I got the dog head, right? Yeah, I got the dog head, and I got one more. I even have one first aid mat to spare. Hell yeah. You know what? Give me a second. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh, hell yeah, it feels good. Alright, nice, we did it. I'm gonna heal myself in front of your half-exploded body. Yeah, show the legs who's boss. Heck yeah. Give it a good old 1-2 with the first aid med. That was fun. I love that fight. It is also something they do really good in this game, right? I feel like when the exploration, they don't make the exploration boring. It is tense all the time, to me personally anyway, right? Good atmosphere, good monster placement. I would say good pacing as well, to me personally, right? I don't feel tense. Oh, I mean, I feel tense all the time, but I don't feel overly tense at some point. No. There's no point where I feel like I'm overwhelmed. I feel like tense, and then I can relax for a bit, and then tense again, relax for a bit. At least that's how I sort of determine a game that has good pacing, right? I don't feel exhausted playing the game. Bitch, they were so close. Oh. This is probably my favorite RE game. I can definitely see why now. RE6 is really fun because it's city co-op, but this one just does so many things really well. I think 6 is really fun as well, right? But this fun and that fun is sort of a different kind of fun. Like 6 is fun in terms of like executions and shit, right? You get to do some cool stuff with counters and do some cool stuff with some melees, right? You get to do like back turn attack that stuns. What is this? Is this Resident Evil? You will not be able to use online functionality because the Ethernet cable is not connected, or you are not connected to a wireless network. That would be weird. How am I streaming right now, wherever you are? No. How? Grandma is just following me. Jump scared by the immobile grandma. Grandma is so scary though. I don't know what she's gonna do. I feel like she's gonna be the last boss of the game. I mean, it's always those mysterious, quiet character that's like the strongest one, no? Even in anime, in shows, alright? It's always those quiet, mysterious, appear out of nowhere for a split second and never appear again, disappears after a while. It's always those kind of characters that's so scary. That's so like the strongest one. What if it would be kind of funny if Grandma is like the final boss? Nah, chances are low though, I feel like. But I think that's probably going to be it for today. Like it's kind of like 7:30 right now. 7:18, yeah. No wonder I'm feeling hungry now. I mean, the nasi lemak was good this morning, but man, I want to eat more. I cannot eat too much. I saved, right? So for good measure, let's save once more. Village is similar, but more actiony and less spooky. Oh! I do kind of like a game that's more actiony. New content has been added to what? Extra content? This content is best played after completing the main game? Oh yeah. More? Nice. There we go. Let's go here. I love how sometimes the kobo just appears. Oh, I think that's the... I think it's this one. Lurk but hide. Yeah, it is. It appears. My own redeemed. I don't even know what they do. Here, let's continue listening to this one. Now I kind of want to play more Resident Evil 7. Oh, it's really fun. But I did say tomorrow tomorrow I'm gonna do art and also a little bit of demo as well. Yeah, I'm gonna do art and demo tomorrow. One demo, exactly. I'm not too sure who to raid. Actually, I'm sure who to raid. Let's raid Salo. Yeah, let's raid Salo. The kobold. Gonna raid to another kobold because heck yeah, kobold good. I'm gonna go get food. I'm suddenly feeling very hungry. It feels like all the hunger and fatigue surges into my body, you know. After focusing on something too long. And then something fell off. It's okay. And then you relax and then suddenly everything comes in. It's like, ooh. Feels weird, but I'm okay. Let me just plug my things real quick. I have a coffee. It helps. Coffee good. I'm gonna let Bernie do the talking as well. Hey Bernie, tell them.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I think Bernie's a tad bit loud. Here, let me... There, okay. Thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. Boom. I announced my stream stuff over there. And also, there's a Dragon Simping Corner if you fancy that. And if you fancy even more things, there's also a advanced Dragon Simping Corner. Although that one requires you to do something specific before you're able to get in. So, yeah. Discord is where I announce my stream stuff. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna have my rate message here. But of course, if you guys don't have my emote, you can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just maybe not use more than 4. Maybe not more than 4 because I don't want to flood the chat box too much. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Let me type in the rate to Salo. There we go. I'm gonna go get food real quick. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Tomorrow I'm gonna do some art and also a little bit of the demo. The demo is called Don't Stop Girly Pop. I don't know what that is, but it seems Evie really wants me to play the demo, and it looks kind of cool with the shotgun and everything. So yeah, excited to check out tomorrow. But tomorrow I'm gonna do art first, and then I'm gonna do that, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. Although before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? Also hi Zeus and bye Zeus. And here comes the raid to Salon. Gonna raid to another couple. It's the cool dog. Oh. Oh yeah, there's multiple raids came in. No wonder there's 51 people. Didn't expect that. Heck yeah. I had fun with Resident Evil 7 today, even though I was mostly scared, making scared noise and everything like that, and screaming, right? But the game is really fun, and the story so far got me really curious and want to learn more about Ethan and maybe Mia. I just don't know what happened to Mia, right? The last scene, Mia was getting caught by Margot, right? So yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm excited to play more next time. Right? Oh my god, yep. Enjoy your night here. Thank you, Tiger. Thank you. Gonna go have some good food and maybe sleep earlier today. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Cowbot loves you. Bye bye. Take care.